everyone. Welcome.
Guten Tag.
Ooh, guten Tag. Wie geht's?
Mir geht's gut, danke. Wie geht's?
How's everyone doing today? Are you guys excited? Welcome to Ascension, our weekly Dungeons and Dragons action. I'm excited.
Hi, if you're hearing a foreign language, you've probably got Twitch set to German mode. If you want to go down the bottom, there's a... I'm kidding. There's no language. We're speaking... Anyway. Yes, welcome back to Ascension. So, lots of stuff has happened, and potentially they are going to do a revolution, go on a tower run, maybe cause trouble, and also go to a contact who moves around a lot in ethereal space or something. There's just a lot of things going on. They've got a busy times.
Not in that order. We're saving the revolution for later.
You got to save your revolutions. Anyway, right. So, getting started.
Don't set the dial to 7? Is that what I'm hearing? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. No, always 5 out of 7, I think. You know.
Yeah. No one knows what we're talking about. Except for
also make sure to warm your chicken up on a radiator before eating it. Just Bentham things, okay? New hashtag, just
I worry
Bentham
a little
things.
bit about Bentham living on his own now. I'm like,
okay, listen, I just put the fridge in. I don't know what 7 on the dial means. Apparently it means frozen, and now I've got to work with that.
So today's theme is hashtag just Bentham things. Please tweet at us at roll for it for the number ROLL. Roll for it and give us your best hashtag just Bentham things. Anyway,
I'm scared now.
And then I want the other version, which is just Perrin things.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. And then just Arena. We don't want to see those tweets. Although I do like all of the books and things people were putting in chat. They were pretty funny.
Anyway, right, announcements for today. Today's supporter is Mia Zilla. Mia Zilla, thank you very much. I would do like a heart, but like I got a pizza in my hand. So,
thank you, Mia.
thank you.
And for all the amazing fan art, we love it.
This is the
the little heart.
So yeah, thank you very much for the amazing fan art and all the support and stuff. It's very much appreciated. Thank you for being an upstanding member of the community. And secondly, Mass Effect Mercs Chapter 2 is this Saturday, as in like literally 2 days time. Like in 2 days time, I will be doing this intro for Mass Effect Mercs. So that's going to be fun. Look out for that. That's going to be a 4-episode thing. The same cast coming back. It's going to be amazing, especially the run-up to Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Don't worry, we have Mark Meer voicing Edgar Poe still, the bolus biotic god.
Okay, so Edgar's coming back.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, that's going to be a thing. So, with that said and done, I guess it's time to hand you over to hashtag just Benson things. The shilling.
So the way that Roll For It is able to do all the cool stuff that it does, the way we're able to do all of the shows we do, and the reason why we have a third show, which is this show, Dungeons and Dragons Ascension, is thanks to your awesome support on Patreon. There's a whole bunch of tiers over there, which give you a whole bunch of different rewards, including but not limited to MP3s of all of our shows, after shows we record after every show. We talk about what happens in the show, character sheets, behind the scenes, enemy character sheets, and other GM stats and plans and maps and all that kind of thing. You can also submit names that will be used randomly for NPCs throughout our campaigns. You can watch the monthly recaps where the admins talk about how things have been going in the past month for Roll For It. And also every now and then we put up an interview where we've interviewed a cast member or a GM about their experiences on and off Roll For It doing GM or player things. You can also, if you're crazy, support at the Legend tier, which gives you access to a monthly game gem by a member of the Roll For It cast. And if you're even more crazy, you can support at the Deity tier, which gives you you just down an entire mug of tea there.
Yes.
Like, what
I like
is
it.
that?
Another.
If you're super crazy, you can support us at the Deity tier, where we run out of things we can give you, so we make you a personalized thank you video where we say thank you and then ramble for about 10 minutes about other things. because we don't know what to say, so we just say whatever we happen to have on our minds. It's a weird time. It's a strange experience for the few that have had it. Um, there's other ways you can support us too in all the other places, of course. You can do the things that you do on Twitch. You can drop us bits, they appear in the cup, and you can fill that up or empty it as you would like. You can also give us tips, they appear on the screen. Read them out at the end of the show to thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. And also, of course, you can subscribe on Twitch, which receives emotes and badges, and also immediate access to the vaults, whereas normally you'll have to wait 24 hours for them to appear over on the YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, you can become a YouTube member over there, which gives you emotes and badges as well. And being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or Patreon supporter, all give you access to our Discord, where you can hang out with us and other fans of the show and talk about the show or other things as well. Whatever. There's general rooms in there, so there's gaming rooms, there's rooms for all the different shows. There's also an RP room, so you can do some text-based role playing in there. A lot of that stuff happening in relation to our Sunday show, The Last Ditch, and you can also join the rear guard for The Last Ditch in our Discord as well if you want to start rolling dice that ruin things for the players. Apart from that, you can support us just by being here, just by showing up. That already makes a huge difference, because if you're here watching the stream, or if you're watching the YouTube video, then that means the numbers go up and the websites like us more, and that is important for us, being seen by more people. So it all super matches. And also, when you engage, if you give us engagement, precious engagement points that the websites also like chatting and commenting and all that kind of thing. And we do read all of the YouTube comments when we can. I mean, if you comment on something from like 2 years ago, we're probably not going to spot it. But if you comment on a VOD
every
that's just
time you
come out, we're probably
engage,
going to see
Patrick
it.
Stewart does the GIF. Engage.
Sure.
100% true.
Yeah. So I was trying to come up with some joke about how Star Trek Picard is terrible, but this isn't the place. But I did manage to sneak it in there. You can also other things you can do that we super appreciate is clipping. I've been forgetting to mention that in recent times, but clipping is also really helpful as well. When you're watching the live stream, we love it when you clip cool or funny moments, and we especially love it because the weird way that Twitch works means you can't clip after the fact. You have to clip live. So if something cool happens, you got to hit the button before it's too late and it's gone forever. Because apparently you can't clip sub-only VODs, and we kind of hate that and wish that wasn't the case, but that is what it is. So you gotta clip it when it happens. You gotta, and if you're the only one, then you get the clip, and it's all yours. And every now and then, Maggie will probably put together some compilations of the cool moments that we have. So your clips might make it into those.
Definitely need to do.
So we super appreciate that.
Do some montages soon. I haven't done one in a while. I need more spoons, as Bentham would say.
Of course. The last one was really cool, though.
Yeah, we'll do.
So,
we'll
you
do
got to
more.
clip them funny moments so we can use them. But yeah, that's the things. Just being here is super awesome. We really appreciate you, and anything else is also awesome as well. Whatever's within your means, don't give more than you can spare. But look after yourself first. Life jackets and all that, or whatever it is. But yeah, that's all the things. I'm gonna hand it over to EE, so
Yeah,
you
and
can
if you
ruin
can't,
everything for us.
We're just being here. That's good enough for us. Being here and loving all the things that we do that makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Also, Bentham, what is going on with your hair, buddy? I know the MP3 folks won't know what's going on, but you got like a thing going on right here.
It's always there it is. Yep.
There we go.
It never the hair back there
Ben.
never knows what it's doing.
I
you have a colic
100%.
there?
I'm with Bentham on this. That's why I'm wearing a hat.
Do you have a colic
Just
in the back
lockdown,
of your
yeah.
head too?
I don't know what that is, but probably
It's like a swirl, like a little swirl.
Yep.
Yeah, I have
my hair
one.
definitely can't decide where it actually parts back there. It seems like
I have
so
like a
you end up just
bald
with
spot
random
back
bits.
here with a little swirl, and so I always have to try to like cover it. So I know what that's like.
Yep.
I'm wearing a hat more and more often as the lockdown hair gets more chaotic.
Seriously, you can tell what state my hair is in based on if I'm wearing a hat.
I hope mine just doesn't get bigger. But I guess they do have like ways to get more hair, right? Like nowadays, like there's ways to. Yeah, you can get
hair
surgeries
transplants
to get hair, and they have like chemicals and stuff that will help grow hair, right? Right?
Those chemicals mostly misadvertised, but sort of. Anyway,
something's got to work because people are using them, right? Someone in chat. One of you have used it.
Yeah.
Out of all, like 500 of us, there's got to be somebody.
Okay, those chemicals are actually labeled and clinically proven to work in some cases for specifically male pattern baldness around the crown of the head there, not on the front of the head and not any other pattern baldness. So
Yeah, I just need it back here in the back of my head. Like
yeah,
in the
I
middle.
don't,
Disclaimer,
they,
I thought we'd be
don't
having
know if
on the
they've
show
tested them on
today.
women. They've only tested them for male pattern baldness, as far as I'm aware, that has actually been clinically proven. That's the only
Except for
time.
I'm not a male, I'm a woman.
Yeah,
but,
that's the problem. Anyway, so yes, I think the best person to do the recap today, considering the meetings last episode, unfortunately has to again be just Bentham things.
Mhm.
Bentham, what happened last episode?
Okay. So last episode opened with Arena and Perrin sort of in shock. They just lost Gatton. He's not gone. He's not dead. He's just gone to like an
Did you
endless
almost say he's
war
not?
for.
He's not gone. He's just dead.
I was like, I was gonna be like, he's not gone. Wait, where do I go from here?
I think he said he's not gone, he's not dead. But
I was confused for a second. Yeah, so he's off elsewhere fighting a war for all reality, and if he fails, everything is lost and we all die. Probably. So we're coming to terms with that and deciding where we go from here. Kind of reevaluating our view on life because suddenly a lot of things don't seem to matter so much anymore. Now we're aware of the war for the universe that is like above God level, because if the gods knew about it, they would either be killed or corrupted, and that would make everything way worse. So we had a chat about that and where we go from there, and then we set about going about our different missions. I forget the order of things. I know what Perrin did, which was he went for a wander first, just to kind of explore the city. Checked out his old home, was sad about it.
I have day one, parent disguises themselves and goes for a look-see and looks around. And then Arena went to look for a Rendry Tonk and get ammo. And then we got back together and we talked about Commodus the Great and how we should probably talk to him. And we basically just exchanged information. And then day two, in the morning, Arena went to get a military saddle, which is going to take 3 days. So I won't have it for the tower, but I'll probably have it afterwards. And then got information about Rendry Tonk from Airthane, but I had to buy like a bajillion potions. So I bought some potions. And then
we'll use them all in the end, I'm sure.
We will,
so.
I'm sure. And then we found, Arena also found out that Commodus could potentially be in the barracks, the arena under, or at the Velvet Palace. And I think we're assuming that it's the Velvet Palace. And then in that morning, Perrin also went and has to head back because they don't. Oh yeah, you went to look for your father, but they didn't open until drinking time, which didn't really say a time. It was just drinking time. So in the evening, so we all got back together, and then in the evening, Perrin went to talk to his father and then met Grug. And then Arena went and looked for adventures for the towering group. She didn't find one for her group, but she found one for Pietro's group. Pietro's going on a tower run. I really want to do an episode where we beat Pietro and his tower group.
So the plan now is when possible, we're going to go visit Rendry Tonk and like see what they can derive about a couple of important things we have, like writings from inside a tower coding room, whatever it would be called. Then we also, Perrin wants to go visit Commodus the Great and be like, yo, I think Sir Gallant might want to kill you here. Also, do you know that he's a massive fraud? That one's kind of wishy-washy. Perrin's not got a very strong plan about that one, but he wants to do something. And then Perrin needs to talk to his dad about not doing a rebellion and where the hell his mum is, and then they got to do a tower run. Also,
let's be clear. He was like, I'm going to tell my father not to do a revolution, and then goes to the place where his father is having a secret meeting, goes to the meeting, gives an inspiring speech to these people who clearly they're clearly not fighters. And inspires them. And then he's like,
He
I
did,
didn't
like,
inspire them. I made it sound dangerous. I was like, no, you didn't.
He tried to sneak some intimidation in amongst the inspiration,
no
but I think they were too
intimidation.
busy with the inspiration. But he didn't want to, you know, I didn't want to show up and be like, "You're all gonna die," because they kick him out, and then he can't do anything about it. So he's easing them into it. He's like, "Yeah, we should do something about it," and then he's gonna be like, "But it should be later."
I would have been more like, what's your guys' plan here? And then just poked holes at it and been like, here are the issues that are going to happen. Y'all gonna die. Look at your
doesn't wanna
fighters.
talk to
Look,
the
look at
leader.
these people. The only person who could probably fight is Grug, and he's like on a retainer or something. I don't know what's happening.
He does want to talk to the leader, so if there's an opportunity to just have a chat with that guy, he will be like, "Listen, this isn't gonna work. That was for show. It ain't gonna work."
Also, this is why Perrin was talking to them and not Arena. Arena would have been like, y'all gonna die.
Okay.
I feel like Grug's been telling them over and over again, "You're going to die."
Is that what Grug's
That's
been
true.
Yeah.
saying?
They're still paying him, so maybe it was a good plan.
I do want to learn more about Grug. I mean, Arena hasn't met Grug yet,
so-
so.
Yeah, Perrin did meet Grug and find out that he has a tower slot coming up, so it's a good time for them to team up and make up for their respective missing party members.
But a 3-person tower is gonna be dangerous.
Even with a robot Borb.
And you know what? Just so you all know, we didn't make it through the last tower. We had to leave midway. And we had 4 people.
Also,
then.
Arena made a robot burb. It's
Oh
really cute.
yeah! I don't know why I didn't write that in my notes. That was day 1, right?
That was day 1, yeah.
Yeah.
And also you were tuned to your gun and was like, this gun's pretty
Oh.
cool.
Yeah, that
Right.
was the day before. That was day 0. So that was before our.
right.
Yeah. I actually do
Yeah.
have that in my notes. It's just up further. I was like, how do I not have that in my notes? Yeah, because Perrin and Arena got together, and then Arena stayed up all night, identifying the new gun and making new designs for her bot. Yeah.
Okay. So, I think,
And we're gonna get new art
I believe
for the bot.
we will.
Yeah,
I
okay, right.
believe we were going to have Perrin and Grug head back to Arena, except for the fact that you wanted to talk to your dad, and I said, maybe you can talk to your dad another time because I'm hiccuping and that's a problem.
Ooh, are we gonna do that?
And you were like, well, why don't we just delay and then cut it? And I'm like, yeah, we could. So it's late. You are still in the Old Throne pub. Most people have left. There are a few people packing up. Your dad's still hanging around. And as people start leaving and he stopped circulating through the room, he heads back over to you. He's probably only had, you estimate, like less than a single drink. He's very much been circulating around, keeping everyone like here, ascertaining what people's emotional states are, trying to make sure everyone is involved, and also maybe to an extent doing a little bit of just making sure that no one has potentially flipped, and is now working for the Marin Empire. But he pops over towards you and Grug, noticing that you've been kind of hanging out on the edge in the bottom of the basement, very much to yourself, despite the attention that you got from your little speech. Son, is everything okay?
This whole situation just worries me. Yeah, and you're caught up in the middle of it, and I want to try and just want to make sure you're all right, and if possible, also the rest of them. But
We're all
I
right.
don't know if
We've been preparing for this for several years. Look, I know you're worried. We've been worried about you. I've been worried about you. Got your occasional letter, but we haven't seen you for been too long.
I was scraping by. I mean, Same as we were when we came here. I did all right. Then the tower came along, and now I can definitely handle myself.
The tower came along.
I think I did mention to him before that I went into the traveling
Did you?
tower.
Okay.
But
Right,
I didn't
yes.
really
you
give
did.
any detail. I was like, I've been in the traveling tower, and then 4 more tower runs since, and I think that's all I really said.
Yeah. Listen, we've got a good plan. Parker has some experience with this, and there are other groups around.
What kind of experience? I hope you're not going to say fighting the invasion 8 years ago.
I mean, half the people here fought the invasion in one way or another. You helped.
I know, and we failed. It was the entire city.
And it's not 8 years ago. The Empress isn't here. Most of the legions have left to go south. There are more mercenaries like Grug around. We have more people, getting more arms.
I don't think it's gonna be... Alright, let's try and be constructive. I think the only thing that can guarantee that this works is you have someone on your side who's been in a tower 20 times. I have my suspicions that somehow the Empress has been in a tower that many times, considering the power that she wields, which means that you at least would need that to go toe-to-toe.
She can only be
She's not
one place
here
at any
right-
time.
I know, but she's going... This is... Like, is this the biggest city in the world, or like,
Yes.
or just the northern...
It is... It's debatable about size. It's certainly the most populous city.
Okay, Perrin would say biggest. It's like, this is the
Yeah.
biggest city in the world, and if you take it from her, she's not going to care about whatever she's currently doing. She's not going to care about some campaign down south to take some other city that isn't near Earth.
Oh, Perrin, that's the realization we've come to. We don't need to take the city from her. We just make it impossible for her to hold. We don't attack her, we attack her forces. She might be insurmountable, whatever she is, but she's still served by people like us.
So it's not going to be an open rebellion, it's going to be a sort of clandestine thing, like striking in the night and then... What, is that the plan? Is that the idea? That, like, because if you openly take it, if you march into the castle, then she will show up and blow up the castle if necessary.
We know that. We're not... Look, I know you've now been in several towers and you've got far more experience with that. But we've been here 8 years. We've seen what's happened here.
I know I haven't seen the half of it. I've only... I can only have a vague idea of what has happened in this time, but I still want it to change. I just don't know if it can yet. I'm not saying never, I'm just saying yet.
Isn't it better try and fail to make a difference than to prop up?
Not if waiting could mean succeeding.
Change if we wait.
Thanks to my conversation with Grug, I've got a tower run soon. And I don't plan on stopping there. I've got 3 levels I can get from this city. Then I can go somewhere else and get another 3. Got some leads as well on towers that people normally can't get to. I think...
Do you think the Empress is just going to let you walk into all the towers she now owns?
He doesn't have to. Right now she's inviting me into this one. and I forget the rest. There's enough in the world.
I'm more than concerned that you're being invited into a power that she controls, Aaron.
I don't think she has any idea about my allegiance yet. We went to Andorra in the north,
You mentioned.
and it was attacked. We protected it. In the end, we weren't strong enough, but she was. But we held it long enough that she could arrive to save the town. And you know, being the Empress, being Lumarians, they then claimed it for their own, and they rule it now. As thanks, they gave me and my friends some support, some tower access.
At this
I think
point,
that's as far as the transaction goes from her perspective.
Parker, who was listening in for the last 5 minutes of the conversation, walks over. So, you mentioned she came up to Andorra.
She did. I wish she hadn't, but we weren't strong enough. The town would have fallen without her.
She flew over, what you mentioned earlier.
Do you remember how was it that she just teleported in, or did she?
No,
had a
she
ship.
flew over and then landed.
But they had a ship.
She
They had
Nope.
ships that got. There were a whole bunch of ships that came.
Like a week later.
Okay.
she flew in, yeah.
Why don't you just have a mage teleport her in?
I don't know. I mean, maybe she did, but she missed. I don't know how accurate those things are.
Depends on the mage.
Maybe flying was quicker in that case. I don't know.
No, it's a 2-day journey from Sunthrone, at least if you're flying to Andorra.
It depends how fast you can fly.
True.
Was it 2 days that it took for them to arrive when we sent a
Yep,
message?
about that.
Okay. I mean, it was about 2 days from when we called for help, and I would have asked anyone else, but the only route that we had was to call the Marion.
Fair enough. Might have been better let everyone die, though, rather than end up under the Marion yoke.
I can assure you that this is one of the rare cases where it was preferable. And Perrin's thinking, like, I can't tell you, but there was a map and the reality was at stake. But shush.
He kind of shakes his head a little bit and goes back to the table with everyone else. Yeah, Aaron. Things have been pretty intense since you left. They might have shiny streets and parades and celebrations, but they're still rounding people up and executing them.
I know it's all for show. They really wanted to treat the people with respect. They would have left the temple untouched. I see what they're trying to do. I don't like it.
Yeah. Right, you should get back before they close the gate for the night.
You just tell me what's going on with where's Mum? What's happening with why does the intel not say anything?
looks around, also looks at the fact Grog's right next to you. We'll talk about it soon. I need Grug to make a perception check. And Perrin, as he says that and leans in, he passes you something.
Okay. I will play along and try and be stealthy about that.
It's a small, feels like a stone, probably the size of like just larger than the golf ball.
Sending stone?
15. Yeah, you notice that he seems to hand something over to Perrin. Perrin, if you glance down, it looks like a sending stone, yes. This one is made from like kind of like a grayish granite that's been polished with little like red inflections cut into it.
All right. I guess we'll talk later. Just one more thing, just to try and... I just need you to understand how risky this whole thing is. And Perrin reaches into his cloak and he pulls out a piece of paper that Vanya gave him with intel on his dad. He folds it so that the last section, the psychological evaluation, is not visible, and he just holds it so that his father can see.
Your father's going to try and take it off you if possible.
I don't let him. I just need you to see. I asked a friend to find you, and they found all this.
We need to do something. Can I... Perrin, I need to have a look at this. I need to be able to find out how they found us. Can you... He's like holding the paper, like trying to pull it away.
I pull it back. It's like, it wasn't the Lumarian who had this information. It was someone who is fairly sympathetic to our cause.
Okay, but
if anyone can find this stuff out, the Lumarian can find this stuff out. What I'm trying to say is that no matter how secret you think you're being, I mean, for God's sake, the old throne. I gesture in the direction of where the front of the bar is. I know you need it to recruit, but the point is, if they wanted to find you and stop you, they could. And so that's why I don't think this is going to work, even secretly, even, lurking in the dark and, stabbing the odd guard or doing it that way. If they need to find you, they can find you.
make a persuasion check.
$23.
I'll have some words of Harker. We might need it. You might be right about some things.
Yes, maybe don't tell him specifically about that, because then he might think you're the weak point. I don't think you are. I think the whole thing is weak.
We've been working on this for 6 years, Perrin.
I know, but there's only so much anyone can do. This is an empire we're talking about here.
And that's
they have
why it's
resources
not
we
just
could
us.
never dream
we have
of.
more people.
And they can find them all. And again, I'm not saying never. I'm just saying I don't think that we're ready. And I think that I can do something about it. I want to go here. I want to get my 3 levels here. Then I think I can go to Kildwyn and get 3 there. They're not going to stop me even if I tell them what the reasoning is. And then I think we have a way of the Beast Tower. It's on another continent, but I think we might be able to locate it. I can use that again. That's another 3. That puts me almost there. And the south, plenty of those hate the Lumarian. I think I can get the 7 towers I need.
I'll see what I can do, but you're also saying that one person can't change anything, and you're just one person, Perrin, and you shouldn't put yourself in that much danger.
I have to. There's too many people in this world who have just used their power for themselves. I have to change that, or at least prove that it can be changed.
Okay.
There's more at stake than just Near-Earth.
We're not the first city the Empire have conquered. Still ours.
I know. I want to change it. I want to fix it. Not just here, but everything.
Look, you should go. They're going to close the gate soon.
All right. I'll be in touch.
Give me a call.
Oh well.
So it'd be more like, yeah, feel free to send me a message.
There's a bit of a smirk there from Perrin where he's just thinking, like, yeah, real smooth. You didn't. I have the stone. You didn't have to say anything. It's all in his head. It's like
Your dad is definitely a wisdom 10.
I take after him.
You do. You really do.
All right, I will turn and I'll turn to Grog and be like, well, I suppose I'll show you to the rest of the team what there is of it these days.
Good.
I'm just imagining you're gonna like show
the rest
Grug.
of the team, and it's just like a tiny gnome. But
Yeah, I'm imagining
because
it's like going into the Avengers building and being like dun 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 dun, and then there's just a gnome and it'll go hi.
Hello.
You're just like Avenger. You're already assembled. There's only one of you. You can't not be assembled.
But then out from the closet comes a giant bird.
Yeah.
That's your new tower name. Avengers Some Assembly Required.
Oh no.
All right, Perrin will head out and lead Grug into the city towards the Cunning Warlock.
There's definitely more people at the gate at this stage. And you start trudging back to the Cunning Warlock. Do you want to have a chat now you are free of the prying ears of, hey, you're all gonna die, or...
I suppose, yeah, once we're walking and we're a bit free of things, Perrin's partly just going to reiterate previous things of like, I've got to find a way to stop them trying this. It won't work, and
They need to understand that preparing for 6 years doesn't matter. It's preparing until you're ready.
exactly. I get why they want to just get it done and get it done now. But they just can't, and I have to try and convince them, or they'll get themselves killed, and then there's no chance.
Yes. And then they stop paying me.
How much are they paying you? I mean, if you've been in a tower 5 times, sure, there's better things you can be doing.
It's not much, but every little bit helps. And it helps me make connections here in the city.
Do you want to see the city reclaimed?
Yes, I would like that. I don't
This is
plan
someone
on,
else who feels the same as I do.
I don't plan on committing suicide with them. But yes, I would like to see the city reclaimed.
There's just so much else to worry about. There's things going on that they can't even imagine. It doesn't matter anyway. Let's get back. My friend, she's called Arena. She's a gnome. Artificer. There used to be more to our team.
So your team is you and a gnome?
Yes. There is also she has a construct that helps. Gives us a bit of an edge in the towers. Until our last run, we always succeeded. It's just the last one, things went wrong. We had to leave halfway through, but...
My last one did not go as planned either.
We'll make sure we can do it this time. And that's all Perrin has. He's just lost in thought. He's got so many different, like, dangers going on in his head. Is it like from, you know, oh no, a guy I've never met might be killed by his pupil, to the universe is like hanging in the balance. Somewhere in the middle is my city is occupied.
Rug is keeping an eye out as they walk to notice who's taking note of them or anyone that might be following.
Make a perception check.
Huh, 11.
You don't notice anyone.
There is actually another thing, I think.
Oh, and just so
Perrin
the
thinking
viewers
about all
know, Blind Temple won't be rolling in the roll 20, so you won't see his rolls on the Ascension overlay.
Works well for the MP3 players. They're always going to hear what the rolls are.
Yeah.
There is one more thing Perrin says, actually, because you know what? As they travel, they're going to pass by the Colosseum, and it's going to remind Perrin. It's going to say, "Grog, have we ever heard of Sir Gallant? I mean, you probably have."
Yes. I've heard him.
Pretty sure that guy's a fraud.
I do not know one way or the other. I have just heard of him.
He's kept it very secret, but I've learned a few important things. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it, really. I don't... If I announce to the world, then that's going to put me under the kind of scrutiny that's probably going to get me killed.
Why does it matter to you?
Because he destroyed my village.
Ah, and you wish to destroy him.
A worthy goal.
I ignore my sword. And Perrin, only Perrin hears that, by the way, Temple.
Okay,
You have no idea that's happened, but Perrin just has a guy being like, "Yes, do the killing," in the back of his mind. I mean, I suppose I do. He built his entire life, his career, his fame on a lie. And that lie cost me, in the long term, almost everything.
Well, if he is a fraud, he should not be that difficult to defeat. And when you defeat him,
I think
everyone
he's still
believes
as
he's
powerful. I think he is
the more
still
you
as
gain.
powerful as he claims, so defeating him is still a challenge.
He took everything from you. You should take everything from him.
I don't know why I really told you, apart from I guess it gets the word out slightly. I
Well,
can't make some big public announcement, but maybe I can start to tell people one by one.
and
Maybe it'll make a
when it comes
difference.
time to defeat him, if you need help, I'm available for a fee.
Fair enough. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that either. There's too many. There's so much I have to try and stop. I shouldn't be putting all this on you. Let's just get on with it.
Yes, let us get on. When we get to the tower, we can begin the fighting. This time I'm sure you'll be victorious, Perrin.
Baron doesn't respond. He doesn't want to reveal the fact that he has a talking sword yet, because that often makes him look mad.
I'm pretty sure the part that makes you look mad is the talking to the sword, not the
But
sword
yeah,
is talking.
no, it's just being like, my sword talks to me, I swear. Only I can hear it, but it's real, honest. He tells me to kill.
Right.
He tells me to burn things. Okay. So you get back to the Cunning Warlock. There is the sounds. See, he's also got his own line of merch. There's the sounds of tinkering coming from within Arena's
That actually
room.
would be a great merch for him. For the MP3 players, I have a mug that says Tears of My Enemies.
The tears of my enemies fuel my hate fire.
I think we almost need to get our own mug that says that and then fueled by hate fire.
Kiv being encouraging, what's wrong with him? He's encouraging to murder. That's his normal state of being.
And what do you plan, Perrin? Do you exactly plan to not murder Sir Gallant? Do you expect to just let him run around with a bunch of daisies in one hand and glorious heraldry in the other and let him live his life? You should slay him.
Baron's not necessarily opposed to slaying him, apart from the fact where he's pretty sure he can't.
And
Currently,
Aaron
Perrin's
is in
solution to
Shadowgate,
all of life
right?
problems is more levels, get more levels.
Yeah, it's in Shadowgate.
Yeah,
It's the one that's just above the D.
Like, more levels, kill Gallant, more levels, retake city, more levels, save reality.
I get the feeling Perrin's just developing like a list. Like Arya Stark is just like, okay, so Sir Gallant, the Lioness. I have a murder list.
Oh my god, can you have a murder list like Arya? That'd be so cool. I'm into it.
Except I think the murder list is like
Dude,
Sir
she
Gallant,
is a
the
vengeance
Lioness,
paladin.
and
She is, kinda.
She's a Vengeance Paladin rogue. Weird
Yeah,
hybrid, but it
rogue, yeah.
works.
Weird hybrid, but
Okay.
yeah.
but
Dude,
yeah,
that'd
it's
be
like
a sick
it's like
hybrid. Talk about single target damage.
Yeah.
Ow.
so yeah. Currently, it's like Sir Gallant, the Lioness, the darkness at the center of reality that seeks to overtake all of creation.
Can you smite and sneak attack? That would be
Yeah.
sick.
Oh damn!
My recommendation for that build
Bentham,
is going
go
5
rogue
levels.
Paladin. What the fuck?
Go 5 to 7 levels in Paladin, do the rest in Rogue, that way you get your multi-attack. But I'm pretty sure I only went 3 in Paladin because she never really multi-attacks particularly.
Yeah, I've never done that combo before. I've done Paladin and a lot of other things, but not Rogue. That's because it feels competing, because
There is an issue, which is you need a good GM because otherwise the requirement to be a Paladin is 13 strength, and strength for a Rogue is like, where do I put my stats now? I need strength, I need charisma, and I
yeah,
need
they have
dex.
to be willing to like work with you to make it. Well,
Yeah,
there's
you have to
different
have
types of rogues. There's like a couple different variants.
All
though.
rogues, as a multi-class requirement, require 13 dex.
Okay.
So, you need
Good homebrew.
you need a GM who's willing to be like, hey, let's waive the 13 strength
Yeah,
requirement and
homebrew
make
it.
it 13 dex. I totally would allow that
Yeah.
because it just makes sense. If you want to build a paladin who fights in a different style, that's why do you say, well, paladins have to be strength? Just like fighters can be dex or strength. Anyway, that's that rant aside.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, you get back. Arena's like, you hear the sound of whirring and like little hammering inside her room as she's tinkering on just getting the bird ready for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Go on, lift your wing.
I will
No,
not.
the other wing. Your other right.
She like
No, my
bird
right.
quickly it goes up like very very fast and just goes straight past your nose, the sharp edge of the actual thing, and you're pretty sure like a lock of your
I
hair
don't
just
want to
floats
have
the
to
ground.
mend the desk again. You broke it yesterday, and luckily you didn't slice it in half or anything.
I knock on Arena's door.
No,
Hearing the noise, I do take a couple steps back from the door, like, am I about to be like stabbed twice by a bird?
Arena like opens the door slightly and looks out.
oh,
The bird
it's
like
just
is
you.
above you and looks out like this at the same time.
But like a bird, how a bird does, where like
Yeah,
you know
the
like
head
how
just-
like how they like turn their heads weird. I don't know. I love it. It works great for like a tinker machine too.
Oh,
She opens the door and lets them out. Or lets them in.
I brought a friend, and I like step aside and gesture to Grug.
oh. Not that
Easy.
friend.
Grug, it's a
She looks
6 foot
like a
tall
Friend.
metallic raven with like bladed edges to its wings.
That
Sharp
is a
beak and
construct.
claws.
Yeah.
She opens the door and lets them in.
It is nice to meet you. I'm Arena Cogdier.
And I like grab your finger if you shake my hand, because my hand is like, I'm 2'7", just so you have an idea of how small I am. I probably come up
It's
to
almost
like
a third your height.
maybe
yeah.
your knee.
Yeah, it is an honor to meet you. I am Grud.
Grug has a tower unbooked soon, and was missing party members.
I was going to have bad news because, well, I went to the tower to try to find this tower group or to be on standby or something. There were a lot of people, so I feel like it would take a long time. But also, there were not a lot of people that were our level, so it would not be a good experience for us. But I did find somebody to join our other friend.
Hello. Hi. Down here. No, lower down. Lower down. Hello. Hi.
There's a tiny. It's so if Arena's 2'7", he's like the size of her hand.
A little bit bigger. He's grown in 4 months. He
Oh,
was
that's
small.
true. Maybe he's like
grown a little bit.
A little.
Yeah, he'll be like 8 to 10 inches long now. So when he stands up, he's probably about 8 inches tall. It's a tiny little pangolin, like a miniature pangolin, who is speaking common.
Yeah, which
And
is
waving.
strange.
This
I will
is
be coming
Pietro.
into the tower with you. Hi. Yes. Hello.
This
I
was
close
not
the door
what I
and lock it.
expected.
This is Pietro. He's a companion of ours.
Maggie,
Mm-hmm.
you did choose a full-sized room, so you going to the door and
Oh,
trying
yeah,
to
I
lock it
did.
is you have
Oh,
to
yeah, my burb
like stand
keeps
on
me up.
tiptoes and like you're at the very top of your height trying to turn the key in the lock.
It's true.
You can
I
do it.
forgot.
It's
I
just-
took a large room.
Yeah,
I
you
knew
did.
I would need to though. Also, I wanted the big bed.
That is true. Like a bouncy castle for you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Grug
go
has
back to my
been-
studying.
All right.
Grug has been working for my father and his friends.
How did that go?
Uh,
Does your father look well?
mixed?
Is he all right? Is he in
He
trouble?
does, yeah. No, he's okay. He's just got some very big ideas, as do all his friends, and I've got to try and talk them down a bit.
What is their plan?
Some kind of, essentially some kind of revolution, but not a direct one, not a seizing power, more like causing disruption. But I think in the end, it's just going to get them all killed.
They need to be
They
careful.
plan excited vandalism, and then they're going to die horribly.
Well,
Something
that
like that,
doesn't
yeah.
sound good. Were you able to convince him not to do that?
I think I made some progress with him. I showed him the intel we got, and that sobered him up a fair bit.
All right.
I have to convince the rest of them, though.
You see Grud noticeably relax. He's not tense and like ready to kill something that jumps out at him.
Sorry, I don't really have anything. Do you want some water?
No, would you like some ale? Then he reaches back around to his pack and pulls out a jug of ale that he had.
Arena's eyes like light up. She's like,
Oh, yes.
and she like out of a tiny little pouch that's like this big, she pulls out like a cup.
He hesitates for a minute, and then he just pours enough that it probably overfills. And
Arena grabs it and she like tries to.
Perrin
Yeah,
shakes his head, but it's it's just like
Having
these
flashbacks
kids.
of Arena being an alcoholic.
He's like, yeah, it seems like Arena's past those, so now it's just kind of funny when she's like, ooh, ale.
Perrin, would you like a drink?
Sure, why not? And he'll get some kind of container as well and have a bit.
I mean,
Probably as much as Arena's having, even though he's like 3 times Arena's height.
Is there like a limit on how much drink he will have before a tower run? He's very much like 24 hours before a tower run, no drink. So
yeah.
So to remind myself of the schedule, how long is it till the tower?
About 28 hours or so. Like it's pretty late.
We still have a
but it's
day.
tomorrow in the morning, like very midnight. That said, you'll probably only have one long rest in between now. So I'm assuming that Arena at some point you're going to switch over to your tower equipment.
Mike, yeah, tower equipment. EE and I have agreed like I have a setup for when I'm going to towers, when I'm prepared for combat versus not prepared for combat. So if I'm not prepared, I'm gonna be in combat with not my combat stuff. And I'm in agreement to that.
The difference is that you flip between the telepathic psychic crystal and the healing ring. So healing ring is for
Yes.
combat and telepathic psychic crystal. Yeah. Okay.
I think that's what I had. I'll double check
I think everything else is the same currently.
maybe it was the all-purpose tool.
You said you were going to keep that at the time. You could change.
Yeah.
This is the first night you're going to have a chance to. That said, you've used the all-purpose tool in Towers before, but I'm sure Gatton's used the crystal light bulb telepathic crystal as well
Yeah.
in Towers. So Perrin obviously needs to be attuned to 3 greatswords.
Yeah, I think it's better. to
Only
have
2
the
great
tool.
swords at the moment.
It's better to have the
Only
tool.
2.
I've done a lot of stuff with the tool, so I'll keep the tool. And it makes it so I don't have to like sit for an hour to make a new tool with the artificer ability.
I'm going to put this out here.
Mm-hmm.
You could lend some items to Grug to attune to now, if you trust Grug with your magic items.
True. I don't really have anything he'd want, I don't think. But Bentham might have like 3 great swords.
Would Grug benefit from a great sword?
What do you currently use?
He's just got a regular old great axe at the moment.
Yeah, give him an uber sword to borrow. A lend.
Well,
How
what?
does
I think in game Arena will bring it up and be like,
Well, if we're going into the tower, what time is the tower run?
it's 3 a.m. the next day, right? Yeah.
All right, well, that doesn't give us a lot of time, but we should maybe train a little bit. The last time we went in did not go very well for us, which is the first time that we've had to lead a tower. How do you fare in the tower, Grug?
I hold my own. I was the only one of my friends to make it out the last time.
I'm sorry to hear that.
They mixed up the time to fight and the time to run.
We had to run as well, so I understand. And I've almost lost somebody in the tower once.
Totally didn't revive them with some magical key. It's fine.
It's worse than that. You rewound time.
Didn't
Aaron
rewind
has to think for a
time
second because he doesn't remember that event. He's just been told it, so there's like a moment of, huh? Oh.
Well, what levels do you have?
I have 5.
Of what?
And she offers like a stone. It kind of looks like the stones that they use when they like before you go into a tower, they like track what levels you have. But this
Right.
one looks old, and the artificer symbol is like looks like it's been added on, like it didn't exist on the stone prior.
It's been customized.
Yeah, it's customized.
Antique.
Antique.
Yeah. He has reaches into a pouch on his belt and brings out a level 5 or 5th stone.
Yeah, the marking stone will indicate that he's level 5, waiting to go to level 6, and fighter. All one class.
All right.
Subclass would be indicated by like a little champion symbol. So
Right.
a pretty normal and quite frequent class. They're not always equal rarity between the classes. It's one of the more known ones, so
So
you would definitely be aware of it.
maybe it is best if we go into the red doors then. With this makeup.
Seemed like it might be more to our,
Oh,
more suited to us considering. And
Do
it
you
would
have
be
any-
simpler than going into a room that isn't red and then having to do a fight anyway, but with something else.
do you have any potions, Greg?
No, I do not. They were all consumed.
Arena will offer
We have
you
some to
one.
spare.
Thank you.
Mix a
had
little
to-
bit in with the
I
ale.
had to purchase 3 of them because, well, I had to, and originally I was only going to get 2, but it works out.
And Perrin, do you have one?
I currently have 1 greater healing, I think, and that's it.
I'll give you the normal healing one as well. And so we
Okay.
each should have a normal healing potion.
All right.
Yes.
I think you've got 2 left, right? Because you already had 1 and then
Yeah.
you purchased 3.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
have 2 now. 2 regular ones.
Yeah.
And these all have like cute little bows on them, but they're not. It's just
They are nicely gift wrapped, like
Yeah.
the minimum sort of like it's got a nice little bow.
yeah.
it's
So
been
she hands you a
elegantly
potion.
added.
It has a cute little bow on it. It's adorable.
Yep. I've got a normal 1 and a greater healing 1.
Well, that works out. Now I'm kind of glad that I got 3 of them.
Here's an important question. I think I know the answer to this. If the reaping blade is used in a tower, it's not going to reap any souls, is it? Because they're not real.
As it says on the Reaping Blade sheet, anything with the subtype illusion doesn't count. So, no, it wouldn't.
Okay. I'm kind of considering giving the reaping blade to Grug then, because it's just going to be a normal good sword, right?
Sure, you know, this ancient artifact, this thing that's like super powerful and you've gathered from somewhere, just give it to anyone. It's fine.
I'll take it back after.
You could give him the one that talks to people.
I mean,
Oh, yeah, that'd work.
Then he'd understand the why you talk to the sword.
You wouldn't actually be able to.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
or does
he-
Nessikiv only talk to me?
It talked to Gat.
You know Nessikiv is getting weaker, and knowing what you know, you're pretty sure that trying to rebond it to someone else would probably be the last straw for it.
Oh,
Okay, so I can't hand over that sword.
No, that would be, you would be aware that would probably be the last.
All right,
of
take the
Lord's
reaping
power.
blade then. Do it.
You've also got Mind Killer.
Yeah, I could hand over Mind Killer,
likes
but the
Mind
problem is
Killer.
I did the thing with the speedy boots where I get to double move but then not move. And so I want to keep hold of Mind Killer so that I have
He
the
likes
Misty
to
Step
exploit,
in case of
okay?
emergencies.
In fairness, like just simplifying this and metagaming it to an extent, temple's setup does kind of benefit from having the 1d12 damage of the great axe, because you've got like some pretty cool abilities for that. So it wouldn't be the worst case of just standing with a normal axe.
Okay.
Temple's special equipment is a full suit of plate armor, so
Nice.
pretty tanky.
So high AC. Good, because I don't have high AC. I have really low AC.
It's kind of cool. You've got a golf bag full of great swords.
Yeah, he has so many weapons.
At least one of them
He's
isn't
an
always
armory.
a sword. One of them is just a hilt. But I am now at the point where I have 2 crossed great swords on my back. And then sometimes I'm going to go into a fight and draw a different great sword out of nowhere and I'll fight with that instead.
Yeah. Are you actually going to attune to all 3?
No, I'm gonna have Nessakiv and Mindkiller. I'm gonna leave the Reaping Blade out of it.
Okay. So you have the armor, Nessakiv, and Mindkiller, and the Reaping Blade you are going to just keep on you?
I mean, I probably won't carry it into the tower because it's
Okay.
It will be
You
a
can
waste to
leave
have
it
on my
in
back,
storage with Arena's bag of holding.
But probably what I will do though is I would offer it to Grug and be like, if it would be helpful, I do possess a spare greatsword, which I could lend you just for the purposes of the tower.
Arena's eyes get a little big when you say that, but she doesn't say anything.
And yeah, looking at Arena, I would want it to be given back as soon as we are done with the run.
I think Arena says in your head, she's like,
Are you sure you want to do that?
to Perrin.
Can like images or anything be sent through this telepathic link?
Not perfect images, but you can send concepts.
I'm
How
going
would
to
they
transmit
interpret
the concept of us coming out of the tower battered and bloody and almost dead, and being like, oh gods, we nearly died and we only got halfway. It's gonna send that feeling.
All right, I just thought I would ask.
I'm guessing that Grug says no because the axe is better in this situation.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm more familiar with this.
People want Perrin, Grug, and
Fair
Grumman
enough.
to be together. I used to play this half-orc barbarian who had like so many weapons. I was similar to Perrin. I just ended up having like 3,000 of all kinds of different types. It was ridiculous.
What we need to do is get like a little triangle mount. One great sword, one great sword, one great sword, and then just spin it around.
Oh, yeah.
Like just 3 great swords.
That'd be sick.
Sorted.
Some kind of Darth Maul double great sword with an
There's,
extra
like,
bit or something.
Islander weapons that are kind of cool like that. They're very interesting styles. They're usually like on a almost like trident stick, but then there's like different blades on it. It's almost like a fan. It's crazy. Poke stuff. Fidget spinner.
I do feel like I need to justify my great sword obsession a bit.
No, you
Like,
don't.
the
I
idea
understand.
is-
I also.
I mean, yeah, no, some
understand.
people are all for it, but the reasoning is the sword of Nessakiv is the sword I actually use as a sword, usually. That's got blood rage and cool stuff like that on it. Mind Killer is basically a trinket that lets me use Misty Step once a day that happens to also be a great sword, and so sometimes I use it as that because it's got a better chance of hitting, so why not?
Well,
That's why I actually keep Mind Killer on me, is because it's a Misty Step trinket, and that's a very useful thing.
You need a harness that when you pull a cord, the 2 swords on your back flip out to the side so you can run through a group and chop.
I don't just like
Naruto run.
Yeah. Yeah.
But also holding another sword outstretched
Yeah.
in front of me. I'm
Yeah.
just blades, all blades. And then keeping the Reaping Blade because it's an ancient vampiric artifact that is extremely powerful and is useful for trapping souls.
Oh, I understand.
No one's questioning you, Bentham. We all understand why you want all of them.
For now, not attuning Reaping Blade. I feel like Reaping Blade is one you attune to on special occasions.
I'm just going to take this as
Special
a compliment.
occasions,
I've
right?
made the magic items so interesting. Benson's like, I want to be attuned to all of them. Sure, okay.
True.
Well, he's not going to tune to all of them. He's just going to carry them.
I'm just gonna keep.
He's
on
hoarding.
my
He's
sword.
hoarding.
Yeah.
It's like, you know,
hoarding.
when
I
you're
thought you
playing...
said something very different.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's almost like, you know, in World of Warcraft, or like I guess any MMO, where like you have a transmog option. You like want to keep all the cool stuff so you can like transmog. Except for Bentham can't transmog, he can only just use them, but
Anyway, after we spend a lot of time discussing the benefits of Perrin's many large swords, is there anything else you would like to do before you go to bed, and then have a long day ahead of you before you go to your tower run? I assume you sleep in so that you're like fresh for 3 a.m. ish, as fresh as you can be.
yeah, I think we kind of figured out what everyone's strengths are. We'll talk through like what we can all do, so everyone's aware of our skill sets, so that when we go in the tower, we're not like complete noobs. Like we actually, but I'm sure we'll have to work out our kinks.
I don't know if that's necessary for the tower run.
You guys are on a train. It's going in the wrong direction.
He was doing the look. I was like, let's just.
She said you knew what you were saying, Maggie.
No.
You knew what you were saying.
I am an innocent angel in this.
I'm a guest. I don't know what's going on.
Sure.
But it's like, I don't even know these people.
Yeah, Blind Temple's like, I don't even know these people. No, I'm just kidding. Right.
Anyway, do you give the health ring, or one of the two health rings I guess you have?
Yes, no, yeah, we probably well, we only have one. We there is still one on Brondel, maybe.
I forgot you still got one on Brondel.
If Brondel still has a hand on which to have a ring at this point, and like anything could be happening
We
with
want
that.
to keep it on Brondel, just so the viewers are aware. We want to keep it on Brondel because we do know we have a mission going where we're going to have to go find Brondel eventually, is what the lady said. So it'll help us know whenever they're like in range of us, potentially.
So like we're probably like wrapping things up and getting ready to turn in, and Perrin goes, oh, one last thing. Arena, the ring.
You actually have it, I think.
Oh, do I? Okay, then.
Yeah, it didn't,
then I
it didn't
reach
get
in and
given to me.
pull out.
Usually everyone has given it to me, or I have asked for it.
Yeah,
but
I
this
usually
time,
assume that I've
Yeah.
thrown it at you.
This time I think you
Yeah.
have it.
Yeah, Perrin pulls out a ring and offers it for Grug.
Ah.
This will help you in the fights.
What does it do?
Put it on.
It's easy to explain if you put it on.
Arena looks excited.
I hold up my hand and there is a ring on my finger
Arena holds
exactly
up her
the same,
hand.
and Arena does as well.
Okay, so you don't hand in one of the black rings.
No, I don't. Yeah, we don't
I
hand
have
him the
those.
cursed death rings.
I have those. They're in my bag of holding.
If Grug does look skeptical, Perrin like takes his ring off and puts it back on.
No, he's just
Because
curious as what it's going to do before
As he takes the ring off, you notice that the little blue stone in it goes red, and he puts it back on, and it goes blue again.
All right, I put the ring on.
You instantly become aware of the health level of your compatriots. You know their health as like a percentage. If you wanted to call it a point system, you could maybe call it like the amount of hits they could take in points. Hit points, maybe?
Hit points?
Yeah. It doesn't work beyond 100 feet, but you will know and be able to effectively meta game what people's HP are, provided you're in 100 feet of them.
Yeah. It's a handy in-game way to do it. I like it. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's useful for a tank too.
Yeah.
It also saved
healer.
the life of someone at one point because someone was 100 feet away and getting hit, and everyone was like, "We know, because the ring." I was like, "Yes, you do." And they ran down and saved Perrin's life, I think it was. So, Gatton's.
yeah, Perrin explains the 100-foot range and all that kind of thing, and then he also like takes a moment and goes, also, if you're ever traveling around the city and you detect another ring, make sure to tell us immediately.
I will.
So that there is a fourth that's out and about.
I will tell you immediately.
Yeah, I'm sure it won't come up though. It'll be fine.
Not
Just to make him as worried as possible about it.
Oh no.
Don't worry, there's absolutely nothing going on with that at all.
You hit that from under the bed.
And Arena's just like, It's
This-
bad.
This is
Arena-
not the group I expected.
That's my bird.
You have
Or,
to you have to quit making that noise.
I won't lie that we're a pretty unusual bunch.
Oh, it should be interesting.
I just hope that
All
we
right.
can make it to the tower. It is very important.
Gotta pay this time.
Ugh. I might need to sell some of these gems. But not now. For the future, if we want to go into the towers.
All right, till tomorrow.
I have some errands to run in the morning, but I can meet up with you all for training later.
It's a good point to check. Where in the timeline is the fight between Commodus and Sir Gallant?
Oh yeah.
My thinking is that it's the day following our tower run. So, like, we do the tower run at 3 a.m. and then sometime in that day they're having a fight.
This is the end of Thaun's Day. Tomorrow is Free Day, I believe. Then it's Sabbath's Day, and yours is 3 a.m. on Sabbath's Day. It's then the day after Sabbath's Day where it's Gallant versus Commodus. And the
Okay.
saddle will be done.
Perrin's gonna leave that till after the tower then.
I was just
Well,
looking at my
the,
notes.
the day, yeah.
I
When
was
we
trying
come
to
out the
find the
tower,
thing.
we'll have a rest, and then Perrin will go find Commodus.
I scrolled down and there, I have like one part where I, in all caps, wrote, "Damn it, Brondel." I was scrolling down to look for the Sir Gallant thing.
Yeah, it's Sun's Day, which is Gallant versus Commodus, and your tower run is 3 a.m. the day before.
Okay.
Okay, so
Action.
you long rest. Don't think it makes a difference, but you do. Arena, you're dropping the telepathic crystal in favor of the healer's ring.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm actually going to use the healer's ring this time.
To be fair, don't worry, it's not just you. Perrin forgot it quite a few times as well.
Oh, it's so
Yeah,
bad.
no.
But it was like the main problem we were having was healing shit. So bad.
I know the main problem D&D characters having in fights is running out of HP. It's a novel problem.
And damage, we just
But-
we were missing everything.
Oh god, that was, yeah.
It was a
Anyway,
rough tower.
next midday you wake up because you're having to shift your sleep pattern. I assume the only thing you desperately want to do today then is you want to pop to Arathane's arena.
Yes, that is my plan. I'm planning to do that. Yes.
Okay. Anything else, or is that just
I-
the one? Yeah.
I remember that at some point I need to use the sending stone, but for the sake of getting things done with the tower, we should probably just go do the tower.
Okay. Okay. So, in which case, we'll snap cut to Arathane's Emporium the next day. Arena walking in. And the woman's on the desk again, looks up. Arathane, it's one for you. And again, Arathane walks out, sees you. Ah, Arena, how are you? I hear you've got another tower run lined up.
Oh, news travels fast. Yes, we do.
Excellent. So, I did find out the information you wanted.
Marina leans in.
I need to look up a street name. Sorry, I completely forgot. I just blanked. I was like, it's going to be Dronic Pause. Wait, in the Dronic Pause, I've forgotten the information.
I'm definitely concerned about the fact that he knows we have a tower run.
Yeah, I am too.
Sorry,
How the hell?
he wouldn't know. That's my bad.
Okay,
because you
good.
scheduled everything in ahead of time except for this one. That's my bad. He's
Okay.
not that, like, knowledgeable.
It was
That's
like
what
we
I was
haven't
wondering
actually
because I was
showed
like,
up
we're
to
going
like.
with Grug. We're not even going as
Yeah.
like.
Yeah.
Yeah,
with our
it's
own
Grog's
party.
run, so I'd be very like we hadn't put ourselves on that list yet.
That's
so I was
why
like,
I was
how
like-
would-
That's why I was
it's
like, well, that's interesting that he knows that.
Why does Zerathane
Yeah.
have ears in the cunning warlock in the old throne?
Listen, I'm having a weird day today, so that's why.
In our room,
Right.
I don't know.
As he leans in. So,
The bows on the potion. No, just kidding. Our minds are just going crazy. Okay, good.
maybe. So, if you go to Glassfield, you're looking for a relatively nondescript alley, and he describes to you where you can find this alley. Not every street has a name, particularly alleys, and so he has to give you some specific directions, but I will put it on your map.
Ooh.
I think we're currently up to what on the legend? 21. I don't think we have 22. So I'll, oh, no, we've
There's
got
a
22,
22 in Undergate and a 23.
Okay. The 24 is the next one.
Because Bentham went to some places, and I remember you added a 23 for him. For where his old house was. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah,
Glassfield.
there it is.
There you go.
Okay, so it's here.
So if you come in from like Northgate or Glassfields, between there's a place called Clayshade. If you take the main road down from Clayshade, about halfway to the barracks, then go right. Take a couple of turns there, and you'll find it in one of the alleys. It's a nondescript door. There's no sign, but it should definitely look out of the ordinary.
All right.
Arena.
And just say
What was
that. Say Arathane says hello.
What was that?
Tell them Arathane says hello.
All right. Is that like
That'll
a
get you in the
secret
door.
password?
No, it's my name.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry, dear. I'm vouching for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I also looked into your little jaunt up to the dead cities.
Oh,
Full of professional curiosity. So the tower did seem to malfunction, but that also seems to line up with this very strange incident where most of the records were burned. I don't suppose you would know anything about that, would you?
Arena's like,
I mean, I don't know what happened to the papers, but I heard about it.
You are a curious one. Very well, I need to get back to my work, but do pop in.
she nods.
Got any plans for another tower run?
Well, it would be nice to do more. I'd like to get all 3 levels if I can.
Well, all the best. I understand you have some sort of contact here, which allows you to actually get on the roster. It's only quite hard to get a tower slot in here, Earth.
How hard is it?
Well, it is the largest city, and that's a lot of people trying to get a hold of a tower slot.
Well, I guess we are just very lucky then, aren't we?
Okay, Arena, keep your secrets.
She smiles a big smile from ear to pointy ear and offers her hand for a shake.
It was a pleasure doing business with you again.
This isn't just business, Arena, but it was pleasure giving you a helping hand.
She looks curiously at that and shakes their finger or whatever, and then says,
Also, let me know what favor you wanted.
I think we're better off holding that for now. As you said, you've got a lot of power runs to do. And once you're a few more levels, I guess that favor might be a bit more useful.
All right.
she looks wearily away and heads out. I think she
Cool.
thinks he might be asking her to get something that's going to be dangerous.
Goodbye, Irina. Good luck.
Doodles.
And you hear the bell ring as she leaves the building.
Okay.
Huffs her way over to the rest of them. And then training montage. And then
Okay,
go to
we
the
see
tower.
a training montage where like Perrin and Grog are like doing their like individual katas with the sword, and then they're back to back, and then they're like flipping around, and then one trips over the other, and then Irina kind of dives, like trying to go between two legs and like fly down and fire her gun, but she kind of mistimes it and trips over,
And
and
the
then
bird
we
puts
just
out
go
its
through this a few
arm
times.
and blocks an attack. Yeah.
But actually like smacks Perrin in the face by mistake. And then like we see this being iterated on through the training montage, and towards the end it's perfect. Like Irina slides through the legs, fires the gun, the bird blocks an attack, Perrin swings in, Grog and Perrin end up back to back, and by the end it's like da-da-dun. It's everyone perfect, like pack shot right there for the episode. Okay. So I guess about 1 a.m. You head over to the tower. There's nothing else you want to do?
Nope.
Okay.
Unless Perrin had something? Because I know you did want to find out where Commodus was before the battle, or before their fight.
There's enough time for it after the tower, so
Okay.
I'm just gonna
Alright.
think. I might have done some of those things beforehand, but also I'm aware that we only have so much time to do the tower run, so I'm
Well,
just gonna
could we
be
do a
like, Perrin
flashback
decides to
later?
wait.
EE? Like, do a flashback?
I
Or
think we've
that
plenty
could
of time just to at least ask
Like,
around.
They
So if
all
you
could
just ask
feasibly
around.
wait.
Yeah, if you
About,
just want to
uh,
ask around, we can simplify that to a simple roll, and you can always then go into more depth later. But we can
About Commodus?
yeah, figure out which
All right,
place
yeah, no,
he's actually
I'll
at.
do like a bit of investigating and see if I can hear any rumors about people seeing him in the city or anything.
Okay. Where
Well,
would
you
you
know
like
the three,
to
you know the
investigate
three
rumor
places
or...
that I had mentioned already. So
The place we think he's staying is up in Traitor's Rest, right?
yeah,
yes.
the Velvet Palace.
Yeah, I would have a look around the area of the Velvet Palace. I wouldn't try approaching it yet because that could go wrong. I want to see if there's anyone raving about I saw Commodus, he's here, I saw him, or anything
Okay.
like that.
You
The
kind of make your way
groupies.
there.
Yeah, no, I'm looking for groupies.
Out front, there's definitely a small crowd, and several of them have got like signposts, like with like pictures of Gallant on them. There are a few people who are like little horses, hobby horses, made up to look like Sir Gallant's mount. Admittedly, Sir Gallant has had about 8 mounts in the last few years because they do tend to die.
Oh, are they like
from
the
air effect
horses on the
weapons.
sticks?
Yeah.
You know, like the kids
Yeah.
like.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Most of them like are basic, but there are a few that have like enchantments, and as you can hear as people like pretending to ride them, you can hear a plop 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 plop.
Oh, I don't have a sound effects for that. How do I not?
I
have a
don't
sound
either.
effect
I
for
really
that?
need some coconut sound effects.
Yeah.
But
I have other footprints, but not the horse clomping.
you can also see that there's 2 relatively bulky individuals on the doorway, both human, who seem to be basically bouncers, keeping people back.
So is this also where Gallant's staying, and that's why these people are
You
here?
would certainly suspect that.
Okay. Is there anyone with a Commodus sign or poster or anything?
Not near the Sir Gallant group. They would probably get mobbed. Also, Commodus is old news. Pfft.
Was he anywhere else in the area? Like,
Make a perception roll. 17. You see a small group of what appear to be, you would maybe put them as younger, in inverted commas, elves, who are definitely not repping the Gallant brand, and they do seem to be looking over at the group of, well, groupies, kind of giving, like, dark looks.
all right.
You would probably suspect
Really.
they're probably Commodus groupies just by the fact that younger elves means that they probably experience time slower, so they probably prefer
Yeah.
to think, oh, right, Commodus was the one before Gallant who was popular.
Yeah, I guess only elves can be old enough to be Commodus fans and young enough to show up out of where they think Commodus would be.
Yeah. Gnomes to an
yeah,
extent, maybe. But...
I'll approach that little group and I will have tried to dress down a little bit for this and not be, like big metal warrior.
Okay.
But I will show up and try and just join in. Like, are you here for Commodus? I heard a rumor. Is he staying here?
Yes, we heard he was staying here, but unfortunately, no sign of him. I think he's going in like an underground entrance or something. The Velvet Palace is rumored to have one.
Yeah, probably staying out of the way of those guys, and I nod my head over to the gallant crowd.
Well, there's no accounting for taste. Some people just jump on whatever bandwagon.
Yeah. I was really hoping I could see him. I guess. Do you think he really is here? What if, that's just a cover and he's somewhere else?
He could be. He's been rather secretive. No one's really even heard hide nor hair of him since Gallant stabbed him in the back.
Yeah. You think he'd want to make, some kind of public appearance to hype things up or something? I mean, what's he even doing this fight for?
He's always been more professional than Gallant and more understated. I hear he's been down in the Ashir sanctuary for the last few years.
Yeah. It just doesn't seem like him to go for just, like a gladiatorial fight. You'd think I always thought he was all business, getting on with the job.
Exactly, but where Sir Gallant's involved, I'm sure he makes an exception.
I suppose so. All right, well, yeah, I was hoping to see him, but I guess if he's not around, I'll have to, maybe I'll keep an eye out around the Colosseum. We might be able to spot him going in there.
Maybe. He doesn't do many public appearances, but there's a chance he's together somehow.
I'll keep an eye out. Good luck to you as well.
They give you, a friendly nod, it's quite rare to find people repping the Commodus brand just out and about these days.
Right, I will head off with a nod.
Okay.
I've learned nothing. There's still, every chance that he's not here at all. It's starting to sound like maybe he's not actually in the city and it's all a lie.
He's teleporting in just for the final battle.
Maybe not even that. I don't know. It could be anything.
Okay. So, 1 a.m. rolls around. You show up to the tower, this great twisted edifice of steel and glass with many broken windows and flames billowing from some of the openings. You go through the process you went through before. Lots of paperwork. The guards, the clerks, are very nonchalant in the fact that, okay, you found people for your, time drug. They'll just need to do the extra paperwork that hasn't been done already, and they go through that. You're already prepaid. Everyone else just needs to pay their fee, which is 140 gold each, so 280 in total if you want to take that from the group setting. Perrin?
I will subtract 280.
We're just paying for me and Perrin, right? Yeah, okay.
You put the bag of holding and I assume the sword into storage.
Yep, I leave the reaping blade.
Okay.
I hand Grug a bunch of stuff. like my pittance, a bunch of torches, a crowbar, it's just a backpack filled with random junk.
I imagine she's like, oh, we have someone strong now. You can look after all this for me. And one torch, 2 torch, 3 torch, 4 torch, just over and over. You're there for 10 minutes. And you're just
I'm just struggling to keep them all together.
It's this tiny pouch. It's this big, and she's just pulling stuff out of it.
Full Mary Poppins.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of stuff that she hands you that would be useful for our tower on rope and things like that.
Right.
Actually, I could probably have the rope on me. I can carry that. Some stuff is just heavy, like the pittance and stuff. I don't think I can carry.
He'll toss all that into his backpack.
Okay.
Cram it in there.
Yeah.
I mean, your gun alone is relatively heavy, so yeah
I'm
you're
only
very
40
limited.
pounds, so I don't, and my strength is 8, so I don't think I can carry very much.
Having played strength 8 characters who aren't gnomes, Yeah, there's surprisingly little you can carry.
Yeah, I can't carry much, so that's why.
But with
Again,
Grug and with
carry all my
Perrin,
stuff.
you can definitely carry everything between them with a couple
Yeah.
of backpacks. You're fine. So, with that said and done, having done this all before, we're speeding through the setup. You end up again out front of the ruined pillar, the large doorway in front of you. You see the tower guard walk out of the entrance, opening it up for your turn. It looks like they've been waiting for a few minutes. The other group must have come out early.
I do want to make sure we have the 8 spell on us again.
Oh, you wanted the aid spell. Okay, that'll be 40 gold.
Because 40 gold for 15 hit points is not too shabby.
There is a cleric of Eresis out front who is more than happy to cast an aid spell on you.
Okay, 40 gold subtracted.
Is that for all
Everyone
of us
gets-
or just for you?
It's up to 3 characters, so everyone gets plus 5 hit points to their max, so their total goes up by 5.
Okay. All right. Trying to remember what the name of that psych is.
I've marked it as such on
Psychic.
Grog's Roll20 sheet, so I'll keep track of that.
Perfect. In which case, unless you have anything else, the doors are closed behind you with a resounding clang. You find yourself again in the entrance hall. The door closes. There is only one door ahead of you.
Yay.
All right, good luck, everyone.
But it kind of stretches and loosens up, twirls his axe once, heads off to the door.
Arena takes a
I'll,
deep breath.
I'll like put a hand on my symbol of Erithus and be like, the strength of Erithus be with us. Guide us through your tower.
All right,
She
chat, let me
throws
know if your
Isaac.
music's loud because it sounds loud to me, but maybe
This
maybe
one
to
is
make-
definitely sounds loud to
It
me.
is
from those
a.
who
it's
said-
a-
There you go.
It doesn't look like it on the levels. That's why. So I was just like,
No, I had to do some. Yeah, it was loud for me as well.
okay.
Okay.
I was like, that was some tense, creepy music.
Okay. So, Grug, you open the door.
Yes.
As soon as it opens, you are hit with sensations, smells, and sounds. It wafts open. There's a kind of a little bit of smoke just billows in, not like a huge rolling cloud, but just enough that it kind of feels like walking into a very heartily kept indoor pub, like someone with a nice roaring fire, but like there's a roof over the top, so it's kind of built up a little bit of smoke. There is sound of people merrily drinking, someone making very poor time music on a big drum. There's the sounds of people just swilling drink around, someone's laughing, someone's burping loudly in the background, but all these sounds are dialed up to 7. They all kind of are very rumbling, deep basso sounds, and I don't believe any of you actually understand the language. What languages are you all familiar with?
I've got Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, Elvish.
Common, Dwarvish, Gnomish for me.
Common and orc.
No, none of you understand the sounds. The very deep, quite guttural-ish, but very harsh, loud sounds as people seem to be talking. The actual smells themselves, you can smell roast meats. It smells like maybe like venison, chicken in huge quantities. The smell is palpable to the point where you can almost feel like the airborne grease of all this cooked meat begin to coat your face as you just open the door a crack. And as the door opens wider, it only becomes more and more distinct. What you can see in front of you is a very well-lit roaring hearth at the end of a huge room. This room is ginormous. Like, we are talking like 30 to 40 meter ceiling. And you suddenly feel very small because all around are arrayed giants, all sitting down on benches with big tables in front of them, seemingly having a feast. They are toasting, they're drinking heartily, and not really paying any attention to you. That's what you immediately are aware of as you walk into the room.
So just half orcs having a feast.
Giants.
Or giants. Okay. Does anything look out of place in this, or like strange?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even really require a roll on this one because you can just look around. You will notice as you quickly like glance around, you have to be a little bit careful. Occasionally, like there is a jug that is just spilled, and there's a huge splash of liquid that, for Arena especially, threatens to almost bowl you all over. At one point, like a pewter tankard, the size of probably about almost Perrin's height, just lands on the ground, and for all of you, it's a resounding bang, clang, 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 clang. But as you make your way around and have a look, you can see that the other end, next to the fire, this one's a little loud as well.
Yeah, sounds a little loud.
There we go.
I mean, it's hype.
Yeah. At the other end, there does seem to be a very large doorway. And standing in front of it with arms crossed is a giant. Almost looks like they're made of stone, but you can see them like tap a foot occasionally in time with the drum, looking around, seemingly like they're just guarding the door.
Does that look like the door to leave? Is it a color?
Yes, there is. Well, the door is very, very large. In the center, lower down at your height, you can actually see an outline of another door inset into the door, which is a slight green bevel to it. And as you get closer, you can see that, yeah, that's just grease has kind of coated it. And yeah, that's definitely a green edge to the door.
Right, there's our way out, but we gotta get past this guy.
Maybe we
Shame
can
we don't
get
have
him
Axel
to
with
move?
us.
It seems like he likes the music a little bit. I saw the foot tapping.
I can make it so that I can understand him. But I don't
might be
think I'm going to be
handy.
able to respond. Does comprehend languages let me respond in a language?
No, it allows you to understand languages.
I won't be able to respond, and it'll be for a temporary time, so maybe we should save it for when we need it. Because it's a one-time thing.
Alright.
Let's investigate. We have time.
No one has seemed to pay attention to you being here yet. All of them are kind of acting as if you aren't there. You are very small.
Alright, I guess. Do we need to get closer to investigate?
What would you like to investigate?
Well, yeah, what are we thinking? Because maybe we can get guard to move, but how do we get him to move? Maybe entice him with food?
First off, as we are in the room, make sure that is the only door out.
Yeah, do we see any other doors?
Yeah.
Not without a roll. Obviously, rolls might illuminate something that I'm not telling you about, but as you have a look around, it doesn't seem, at least initially, like this is a room where things are hidden. It just seems like that's the only door that's obvious.
Okay.
Right.
I guess we're looking
But
for
you could.
if there's other doors, if we can see a key anywhere, like is it in the food or something? And I guess if they're like listening to music, where the music's coming from? Because
Okay. So the music, I can just tell you that one right off. There seems to be a very large drum. It's, again, huge. And it's across the other side from the door, because the door's off to the right as you look at the fireplace. Off to the left, there is a drum with what appears to be like a two-headed ogre of some kind banging it, but occasionally one hand grabs the other hand, and they end up... It has an argument with itself, seemingly, about the song choice. And then again, it starts up.
oh, maybe we need to change this change the song.
If you want to look at the food, your angle on it is very poor, because you
Okay.
are very low down. If you want to climb up and attempt to have a look at the food by getting onto the table, you could potentially, but bear in mind that that will be challenging, as you'll need to climb up, and whether you want to stealth or not is an entire question.
If we use pins, would it be easier to climb?
Probably, yeah. That would lower the DC, because you'd have a way of digging into the wood of like one of the legs of like the table itself, and then you've got to
Sorry.
try and get over on top. But you could do that. In addition, if you want to just look around for another door, that is a simple investigate check.
I will look around for the other door. If someone else wants to stealth and climb to look at the table to see if there's anything interesting?
I can do a climb.
Okay. You don't want me climbing. I have a -1 to climbing anything.
I am a strong boy.
Okay. I'm assuming Grug is also a strong boy.
Yes.
All right, so
I'll be looking for another door that's our size as well, since there's a smaller door in the big door. Maybe there's kind of more hidden or harder to see small doors around the room.
Okay, if you two want to make investigate checks then.
okay. I shall investigate.
As people are like heading their separate ways, Perrin does say, I'm imagining that from the perspective
16.
of these people, we are vermin, so stay out of sight. We don't want to get stamped on.
Stay out of the potato salad.
Okay, if you want to make stealth
Alright.
checks, feel free.
All right. Stealth.
Grug's obviously disadvantaged because of the plate armor.
20. Not a natural. A dirty 20. Oh no!
I got a natural 1 for a total of 0.
Oh no! And you're
So
climbing.
I'm
with
just
the
like,
pittance.
all right, remember, stay quiet or we might get squashed. I like turn, fall over, and just plank.
Okay,
Well,
okay, Perrin. I
it'll
also
depend on
require
how you-
athletics to climb.
Roll, yeah,
Yeah.
you climb.
Okay,
I think if you don't do your climb well, you're gonna get caught.
natural 1 for the climb. Oh my god.
Oh. Okay. So for the
That
MP3,
one.
for the MP3, Arena's got 16 to investigate and a 20 stealth. 2 natural ones for Perrin on the stealth and the athletics, which means 0 stealth and 5 athletics. And Temple, what did you get?
I get a 9 on the investigation and a 5 on the stealth.
Oh no!
Okay.
If
Okay.
Arena's
I
the only
have-
competent one, that's scary.
If I hadn't had disadvantage, it was a nat 20.
Okay, so Arena, you deal with you first. You look around for like whether there could be like another hidden door or something.
Where could this door be? If I were a giant creature, where would I hide a door?
And because your bird is
Remember,
just
be
not
super
involved in this, I
quiet.
assume your bird is like just watching the door
Oh
where you
yeah,
left the
it
bird.
has to stealth too, right?
Yeah. But you can just have it like watching the door instead of like trying to move around.
6, so it doesn't do very well. Okay.
Yeah, I assume that someone like taps the ground firmly with their foot, like while they're yelling, and the bird just goes. "Ah!"
Oh no.
And Arena, like, you look around. There is no other door. That does seem to be the only door.
Okay.
It also looks like there isn't a key, which means that this is a door that is unlocked by completing a challenge that doesn't provide a key. It just unlocks. They are rare, but it does happen. You've encountered a few of them before. Not in a while, though.
Okay.
Or at least the key
I
is
look around
presented to you in some
to
form.
say that to my companions, and what are my companions doing?
Well, you see Grug trying to get close enough to the fire to have a look if like there's something hidden behind the fire, which would be a a pretty good place to hide things, like behind waterfalls, behind fires, etc. And unfortunately, Grug kind of elbows this poker, which is just ginormous. Like only Arena can tell it's a poker from being that far away. Close up, Grug probably thinks it's actually part of the fireplace, but elbows it, and it suddenly goes. Ding, 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 ding. And as you look over going, oh no, this is pretty bad, you see Perrin just go, ah, bang, from the top of the table as he slips and falls 20 feet. Perrin, you take 2d6 bludgeoning damage.
Oh god.
Obviously, we're a good.
Oh.
I rolled double
What
sixes.
are these dice?
damage!
Oh my god.
I think what happens is you fall, land, and the poker just goes over on top of you.
Run's dead, guys. Run's dead.
Arena's looking around. She's like, she's just like in mid sentence. She's like,
You guys, I think there's not a. Oh no.
Bang! Bang!
no.
Where is? I do have the Wilhelm scream. No.
I have a scream.
There we go. This is what happens.
I have a scream, but it's more scary.
No, it's got to be a classic Wilhelm scream. You've got to shoot on the Wilhelm scream any way you can.
I
So
know.
Perrin just gets to the top and goes,
No, it works well.
at which point,
Just on the
Perrin,
ground, slightly embedded in the wood floorboards in my metal armor, like, ow.
you notice the world kind of goes darker. And as you're opening your eyes, you realize, oh, something's kind of blocking the light. As you look up, there's a huge form of a giant just leaning over you.
I feel like
Hello there, little one.
Oh, is this in common?
Yes.
Oh. I'm just like, hello, please don't hurt me. More.
Why? You have crashed our feast, disturbed our merrymaking.
I didn't mean to, I'm sorry. Maybe I can help. I can fit in small spaces. I could do magic.
You're kind of out of the screen, Bentham. If you can.
I'm
sit
trying to
up.
be like lead
Oh,
flat.
okay. All right.
Okay, it puts its hand down and like picks you up by the cloak and puts you in the middle of the table. Okay, little one. Like the giant like leans down, is like this to you. Head is about the size of you.
Tell me, show me a magic trick.
Oh no.
This is the part where I wish I had cantrips.
Can
wait,
I?
no, I've
can
got-
I? While he's like pretending he's making magic, can I do an illusion for him?
What's the range on it?
Oh, let's see. I think it's like
Probably not
it's
enough.
pretty far. I think it's like 120, but I'll double check, or 90 or something.
Maybe.
Oh no, this one's 30.
30 probably wouldn't even get to where Perrin is.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, the Perrin for a moment is
What
panic,
about-
and then
Oh, never mind.
Oh.
Never mind.
Perrin's like, I will make a sword appear out of nowhere,
Oh, nice. That's a good one. That's a good one.
and I
Do a
will draw
performance roll.
mind killer is a great sword.
Do a performance roll.
Okay.
This is supposedly his forte. Oh, not bad.
17.
The clapping is loud enough to kind of push you back a step every time.
Amazing. Sit down. You can join us at the table.
Why, thank you.
Let me.
Goes over, picks up what appears to be like a slice of bread, kind of just pushes down on it until it's flat, and then just puts it down as like a little block of squished bread, which is probably just high enough for you to use as a chair, like on top of the table.
I take a seat on my bread chair.
I was like, they don't have anything the right height. The mugs
bread,
are too big.
The
so.
throne of bread.
You didn't warm up
So,
the
like, I
bread on
reached
the
down-
radiator first?
I reach down, I pull up a chunk of bread from my chair and start snacking on it.
Okay, it's pretty tough. It's very tough, especially for your teeth. Some of this pulls up like a handful of what to them looks like popcorn or something, and then dumps it in front of you. You're just inundated with a small pile of roast chickens that just go boom, 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 boom in front of you.
I like rip off a chicken leg.
We call it popcorn chicken.
Just puts his own hand in and
Oh, now I want popcorn chicken.
and I do. I really do.
Delicious, thank you very much. Perrin's just gonna try and be a polite guest in the hope that that somehow brings us closer to our goal.
Okay, so meanwhile, Perrin is getting wined and dined. How is everyone else doing now as you watch? Perrin's out of sight because he's on top of the table, and the table's wide enough that you're like, he's up there. He isn't getting killed. They seem to be chucking chickens at him.
Arena's gonna scurry over to help Greg up.
Okay.
We're not looking for a key. We have to find some other way to open the door. This is rare. Normally, you need a key, but there are some doors where you have to do something to unlock it. So we need to figure out what that is.
And Arena kind of like looks around. I guess she's like listening and trying to look to see if there's something else. Like what could unlock the door.
It does seem like the person guarding the door is kind of waiting. Like, you can see them being impatient. Like, the foot tapping is getting more and more, like, vigorous. So it potentially could be something to do with them. Alternatively, there could be some sort of problem or challenge to do with the people who are eating and drinking. In which case, Perrin might encounter that at some point.
Yeah, so she'll let Perrin kind of deal with what's up on the table, unless he starts screaming for help. And in the meantime, I guess she's going to try to figure out how to help the person at the door. You said his feet were tapping. Are his feet tapping to the beat of the drum?
Kind of vaguely, yes.
Okay. Arena will...
Maybe.
Yeah, go ahead.
And maybe when we get closer to the door, there'll be a clue there that we can't see from this parlor as to what we need to do.
Maybe, but you have to be more careful. You can't be tripping over stuff like that.
I thought it was a column. I did not. They shouldn't leave those things laying around.
Well, it is a poker thing for, when you're making a fire.
Yeah, I know that now.
You kind of step over the poker and then you have to like pull Arena over it as it's kind of like 2 foot high.
All right, well, let's get closer to the guy at the door and try to see what we can do.
And I guess they're going to try to sneak over to the guy at the door to see if there's any other clue that when we get closer.
Crum's a little annoyed at being lectured to about the poker when the paladin did a swan dive off the table and clanged.
Okay, feel free to make me stealth checks. Again, disadvantage for Grug.
Yes.
Yeah. I
Great
could
plan.
make us invisible, but I don't know if I want to use up my spells so early. So 21. Woo! Fire! Dirty 21.
Grug.
7.
7.
Oh no.
Okay,
As
so
opposed
Arena
to an
kind of
18.
carefully
love
sneaks
it.
forwards, and Grug kind of like clang, 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 clang. And the guy at the door looks over, and then leans down. Do you wish to get past this portal?
Absolutely.
Then you must provide me with something dear.
Dear. I rummage around in my pack and come out with my jug of ale. It is the last I have of home.
Picks it up, looks at this tiny little thing. This is not a suitable offering. Throws it, smashes it on the ground.
Oh no, it's the last of what he had from his home. Arena's hidden, but she's just like, and she just like puts her hands over her mouth, like trying to keep herself from gasping.
It does look like the body language gets a little bit more impatient.
Can I look around while he's being distracted by do I see anything like he said something deer. When I look around the room, do I see anything that has to do with like an actual deer or something that's fine? Like
Okay. Make me a perception check or wisdom cooking utensils.
wisdom cooking.
Mostly because knowledge of cooking.
I see. I think perception's gonna go better for me, but
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you are proficient in that, yeah.
Yeah. 11. Maybe not.
11. I mean, you asked the question, which was good enough, so I only needed a 10. You do spot that there is a pile of venison, which technically that's deer.
Okay.
It is, however, on a table.
I don't have my psychic crystal. No. Okay. I'll hold on to that while Grug. That's what Arena was doing while Grug was talking to the creature.
Greg gets his temper under control. Could you be more specific as to what you would like?
You must provide me with something, dear.
Well, Greg has no idea, so he'll look around the room and see if he can figure it out just by looking around the room if something comes to him.
Roll me a flat d20 then. Inspiration.
Yeah, that's all I got. 'Cause I assume I can't see the deer on the table, right?
You might be able to, depending on the angle.
All right.
I'm imagining like
Am
I'm
I-
like hidden behind something looking up versus you're like.
I mean, you had to go towards the door, but
Yeah.
like from the door,
Right.
you can probably get enough angle that you can see a pile.
Oh, gotcha.
16.
16.
Oh.
Nothing would instantly come to you if you're just looking for inspiration.
Yeah.
However, Arena, you do spot the pile of venison. Meanwhile, Perrin.
Yeah, have I heard this interaction?
No, not over the sounds of everyone talking and feasting around you.
Damn.
It's noisy,
Okay, yep.
it's loud.
I'm just chilling, eating chicken, hoping that I don't get killed and that my
Yep.
friends are okay.
One of them leans down next to you. Holds up a huge drinking horn. Nor dying canisia. Nor shalua.
I can't comprehend languages and say, could you repeat that?
Nice.
As soon as you cast comprehend languages, it changes to this one cannot defeat me in a drinking contest, I bet. It is
It's
puny.
like, oh no.
Challenge me if you
I
wish.
could do it. I'm just kidding. I can't.
He prods you this giant finger just the size of your chest. Just
I mean, presumably I can't beat him at a drinking contest.
No.
You might be able to. It's a lot of
You
constant.
can
It's
always try.
Constitution
Constitution,
saving
yeah.
throws. Remember, Arena did a lot of those, and I
Yeah.
I nat 20'd so many.
Dice gods don't appear to be with us right now.
No, that's true.
How much can Constitution help when your opponent can drink more ale than your entire body weight?
I think it's more of like if you can hold out for as long as him, right? That's usually how drinking contests go. Like you drink, they drink,
Okay.
you drink, they drink, and you have to like.
Presumably, he's
Unsaved.
been drinking for a while now, so.
Yeah, true.
does seem a little inebriated.
Come on, you
How
can
do
do
you
it.
feel about Constitution saves? That's the real question here.
I mean, Pern's gonna think about it and be like, we gotta, like, I can't mess around here. We got more rooms to do. We got, like, I gotta.
This one
If this is the way.
is a coward, a little piece of vermin.
And this, to be clear, this is all reasoning for Perrin to do it so they can get on with things. So Perrin's like, I accept the challenge. Oh God.
The other one looks over and says, he accepts the challenge. He does. He understands. Why does he not speak for himself? Why do you not speak for yourself, little one?
I can understand but not speak giant.
He is only half a man!
Chug,
Fine!
chug, chug,
Bring him our
chug,
smallest drinking horn!
chug,
So
chug,
the one that
chug.
can speak common, I'm like, what's giant for I accept?
You are.
Chug, chug, chug.
Perrin will repeat as best he can the sounds that he hears and
Louder, little one, I did not hear you.
he yells it louder. I missed what you said.
Perfect. The big one, like, pulls up this like lovely ivory inlaid drinking horn that is so large it's probably made from like a dragon's horn or something, and places it down. This one shall be mine. And
Okay,
this
good.
one pulls out like the tiniest drinking horn, like it's probably the size of like his thumbnail, and as he puts it down in front of you, it's about the size of your chest.
It's
This
like
one
a
looks like it was made from the tip of the drinking horn that his is.
This is like, it's like a giant shot glass.
Yeah. The one who's talking to you earlier just gestures. So it begins! And ale just bubbles until it fills the drinking horn.
Oh,
You know, now that we're having a drinking contest would be the time for you to have the hiccups.
Yeah,
It would be.
that would be a good time. Don't get.
And as
don't give
Perrin
him
is
the
about to
hiccups.
face down a giant in a drinking contest, we're gonna go to a break!
What? Already break time?
Uh-huh.
Who knows what's gonna happen?
I wanted to do like miming, trying to tell Grug that there's venison on top of the table, like
Yeah.
behind while he's talking to the giant. That's what I was thinking was happening down on the floor. We'll leave you with that vision.
No, that's chicken!
how do you mime a deer?
I know, like right, like
yeah,
this.
big antlers, maybe.
Yeah.
He did say I noticed the deer with my general look around the room.
Nice,
so
nice. But yeah, that's what Arena would also be doing behind the thing.
Deer imitations.
Yeah. All right, we'll see you after a short 8-minute break. Get your water, get a walk, stretch your legs. Will we survive the giants? We'll find out. Bye. Welcome back
Welcome back
to Ascension.
to the drinking challenge.
The drinking challenge begins.
Okay, so, Perrin, you are handed a horn that's as large as your chest and seems to be like the tip of the horn that this giant is using, which is much larger and has like this lovely gold inlay that's going around it in a pattern. The tip is actually then like capped with a little bit of gold as well, and both of them fill up with ale. And the rules are simple. You have to keep chugging. You are not allowed to stop. You are not allowed to slow down. The first person who has to stop, for whatever reason, whether it's they pass out or they have to breathe or whatever, that's it. They lose. Obviously, the giant has a much larger one, so there is a slight disadvantage there for them, but it's compensated by the fact they're much larger. So really, it kind of balances out. You ready?
As Perrin will ever be.
Okay, you all see this, by the way, because you see them talking animatedly. One of them gets a mug, turns it over, puts Perrin on top of it so people can see better. And you can see this other giant in front of him looking like him in the eye.
3, 2, 1. Chug, 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 chug.
Make me a constitution saving throw. This is going to be the first one. The DC for this is 10.
$19. Nice start.
15. You both pass.
Yeah.
So you can see them both chugging. Okay. Roll again. DC this time is 12.
11. Oh no.
Oh no!
15. This time, like, you can see the giant continue to drink, eyeballs rolling down, trying to see Perrin, and Perrin, you just can't. You're trying to keep up. You can feel it start to flow out of your mouth. You're not able to, like, get it down as fast as the giant. And then you spray it everywhere. You drop the drinking horn, which just starts to flow endlessly onto the table.
Disappointing!
You are clearly the superior foe. You have bested me.
Bruh. You are puny. You are banished from the table.
And with that, he, like, backhands you, and you just fall end over end over end. You have to catch yourself on the edge. Please make me a strength saving throw.
Oh no. I was hoping it was gonna be a relatively like
17. You managed to catch yourself on the end of the table, and they all sort of laugh, and then get back talking amongst themselves.
just hanging off the edge like, okay.
You can all now see Perrin, by the way.
Arena's like pointing at Grug, like still trying to stay stealth.
Yeah. Has Grug figured out the deer yet?
No, because she hasn't told you. She's been trying to mime, but like, you're
miming.
talking to that dude, so you're facing the wrong way. You wouldn't be able to get behind the dude. Maggie, you wouldn't be able to. Like, he's looking at the dude so far. If he turns around to look at Perrin, then he could interact with you at some point, sure.
Okay.
I think like while hanging from the table I am like, any progress, guys?
Well, I'll turn and look back because I heard Perrin get backhanded off the table.
Right. You see Arena suddenly going,
A rabbit? Ah.
She's like miming for the MP3.
Right.
She's like making big deer antlers and like pointing up to the table.
You said I could kind of see where the deer is. Is it towards one edge or end of the table so I can
roll me a d2, because it depends which table it's on.
Okay.
If it's 2, it's the one with Perrin. If it's 1, it's not near Perrin.
All right.
Hopefully it's by the one with Perrin. Let's cross our fingers. B by Perrin. B by Perrin.
It's a 1, isn't it?
He might not be able to roll a 1d2 on.
Oh, you're muted.
Oh, you muted. We can't hear you.
Oh, you're
Still
still
muted.
muted. I think I can force unmute him. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry,
There you go.
I rolled a 2.
It's next to Perrin. You can see like the relatively large pile of deer, just further in from Perrin on the table, a little bit past where he was actually doing the drinking challenge.
All right. Well, he's still there on the edge. Can I run over there to him and yell up at him that we need some deer meat?
Yep. Perrin, you look down, like you can see Grug below you shouting up that you need deer meat.
Perrin's gonna be like, sure, fine. I'm gonna trust you on this, and like just gonna carefully clamber back up.
Really,
This
I'm
one
just
is
sort of-
back for more.
I'm gonna go back down again.
Where did it go? Make his stealth roll.
Oh god. Ten.
I found it! They pick you up by the cape. And this time, let's see what it makes of this. One of them picks up a glass tumbler and puts it over you.
Oh no.
Perrin. Doom.
Perrin's just gonna be like, oh no. And he's gonna think, and he's just gonna sit down.
One of
And
them
he's
just
gonna hope.
puts their finger down on top and taps, and it's bang, bang. Make me a Constitution saving throw.
Perrin's strategy here is he's trying to not be interesting while under the cup so that they get bored and take it off him. Because he feels like if he starts running around and banging on it, they might be like, funny, let us watch him be, like, run around in there.
We could convince them to let you out.
18, what was that when I was drinking?
You don't take any damage.
It's like, oh, that went right through me.
Also, by the way, because you failed the drinking contest check, you are now drunk.
Okay, yep.
You feel the alcohol getting
Maybe
to you
that's
now,
why
like it's
he
been in your
didn't-
stomach for a few minutes.
His stealth wasn't very good. He burped or something.
Yep.
What does drunkenness do?
Disadvantage on many things.
Yeah.
Okay. When they're not paying particular attention, he's going to surreptitiously lay on hands himself to clear it up.
Okay, in front of everyone, you lay on hands and you feel much better.
That's 5 points spent to remove poison, in this case, alcohol.
People are like, Misty, step out.
I mean, yes, that is Perrin's current plan.
Oh,
He's not
failure
gonna.
accrues a level of exhaustion? What?
Oh no.
I would say you do it before the exhaustion would set in, because it would take a little
Exhaustion
time. so-
sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, sorry, that's someone's house rule. I'm trying to find the actual rule now. Yeah, it's not exhaustion, I think. It's in the DMG.
I clear it anyway.
Yeah.
So what's our plan? You told him to do it. He did go up there. I guess we wait because we think he's getting the meat, right? That's what we think's happening.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Perrin's current strategy is
But I
just to
can
chill and
see.
see if they get bored.
Right?
And if they don't, he has a backup plan
You
of
can't
Misty
see him now.
step
He's
out of
gone
there.
on top. Like, he went
Okay.
on top to go get the meat, and then you could see someone, like, put a tumbler down upside down. You don't see what happens, though. Like, you can only see, you know, I would say, like, 4 meters above the table from where Perrin is, because the angle.
Okay, because you said I could see the venison. That's why I was.
Yeah, there's a little pile of, like, just deer, legs up. Like, pretty much whole, like, they just got cooked like that.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
It's just a pile of them.
It's like a deer
Yeah.
roast.
Yeah, effectively. Perrin, yeah, they seem to be mostly just ignoring you. Occasionally, like, one of them goes down, taps on it lightly. I'm bored of this one. Maybe we should just eat him. You think he would be good seasoning? Hey, vermin! Show us your sword magics again.
And of course, yeah, I stand up and I will draw Mind Killer as a great sword.
Make a performance check.
22. Nailed it.
You, ting, and the point goes straight through the top of the tumbler. Ooh, a mighty weapon.
I'll show them a mighty weapon. Draw me, we'll take the fight to them, Perrin.
Yes, we will let him free this time. One
Quietly
pulls
over
the
my
tumbler
shoulder,
off.
I'm like, are you serious? It's an entire pub full of
Of
giants,
course I'm
you
not
idiot.
serious. I'm a sword, not an idiot.
The tumbler comes off you. Be on your way, vermin.
Thank you, of course, yes. And I'm going to head over and I'm going to try and get behind the pile of venison such that they can't see me. Like, that's just the way I'm leaving.
Okay. Make a stealth roll.
Not
I would
this
almost
again.
go for sleight of hand, but taking an entire deer isn't really sleight of hand.
Like sleight of body, which is stealth. Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what? No. Okay, they're gonna see you do this, but
A 2?
make me
He rolled
make
a
me a
2.
sleight of hand with
rolled a
strength.
Oh,
A sleight of body check.
I see.
gonna see you run
So
away with the
add
meat.
You've
add
got
5 to this.
Just make a strength check. If you're not proficient, it's just strength.
Right, yeah. 16.
You quite surreptitiously managed to pull the deer up without the rest of the pyramid tumbling down, and you've like lug it over your back, and as you're like inching away, you accidentally like stumble and just knee one of the metallic plates, and the entire plate goes dong, and everyone looks at you. The vermin is trying to steal our food.
How close to the edge am I?
Close, like less than 5 feet.
Oh.
Can I, as I trip over, can I drop the venison off the edge? By accident?
Make a performance check. Yes.
Okay.
Is he 60 feet away from me?
Yes. Less than that.
Arena is gonna cast.
He's not falling. He's not falling. He's dropping the venison.
I know, but I'm saying I could cast Featherfall and you could just jump.
That is also, I like that plan.
That is true.
But it does use a spell, so.
Yeah. So you
Yeah.
trip and accidentally drop the venison, and it's a really good performance. Like Arena thinks you almost fall over the edge, but the venison just tumbles, and Arena, you're there, and suddenly and you get splattered with meat juice.
Oh,
And a deer larger than you lands in front of you. Roast, fully roast. It's a herd roast, so it's classic giant food.
Arena goes to try to like push the deer meat towards the other. I'm not.
Make
very
an
strong.
athletics check. It's a low DC, but also this is an entire deer, and you are small.
Adrenaline, come on, adrenaline. It's just taking forever to roll. 13.
13. Like
13. Arena.
Arena like gets under the deer, puts it over her shoulder just, and like.
Actually, I don't know why I did that when my bird can probably just pick it up.
The bird's just still like sitting there in depower mode.
24. The bird sees me struggling and goes and just like plucks it off me and takes it.
Just pecks.
And I think I'm relatively close to it. So.
Yeah, and between you manage to start lugging it over the door. Meanwhile, Perrin, they all look at you like, it stole our food, it wasted it, it dropped it on the floor. How did... It performed well enough with the sword, let it be. It can have one minor morsel. Very well, we will let it have this one.
Thank you. You've been very kind. You've been extremely gracious.
You are
host.
banished from the table.
Yes. Okay.
Make me a strength saving throw.
Sorry, I'm now pushing the meat, so I'm not paying attention to you falling off the thing.
It's fair. Now
Natural
one.
one. Arena, in front of you, as they take the deer away, there's a weep. Arena, feel free to make a perception roll at disadvantage to hear this coming. You might be able to catch him
okay,
in
so I
time.
might be able to catch it. Okay.
Yeah, it'll be a DC of,
At disadvantage,
I would
you said?
say disadvantage because you're paying attention to the meat. So I would say the DC would probably be a 13.
All right.
Look at the emotions that went
8.
through Perrin there.
And
Unfortunately, you don't catch this in time as you're like, oh, I forgot the bird. And the bird and Grug also both come over, pick up the meat, and you're like, excellent. Problem solved. Whee, bang.
The emotions that went through Perrin there, because he's there on the ground, he trips, he's like, we're doomed, and then he throws the thing, he's like, aha, there's a way, and then they're like, who's stolen? Oh, I'm gonna die. Wait, actually, he did very well. I'm gonna be okay. Turn around, thank, and they just stab.
You take another 12 points of damage as you fall 30 feet.
Arena sees that you're harmed. How much HP are you at?
I'm at 26.
Out of.
He's lost 24.
Okay, I'm going to do Cure Wounds on you. Should I do level 2?
If you want my advice,
Yeah.
pop a level 2 anyway, because your main spell you use in combat is shield, which
Yeah,
has no
that's what I
advantage for upscaling.
That's what I was thinking.
Like, either don't cast or cast at level 2. Like, go big or go home. Oh, 15.
Nice.
Okay.
15 plus. I also get healed because I healed you. Or I
Healer's
get my
ring.
temporary HP. I'm gonna remember now. Every time I heal, I get something.
Okay, the Ring of Healer's Heroism. What does it do?
I'm trying to grab it. I can't paste it. 'Cause
No, it's an item, so you can't
items
paste it. You'll
don't
just
let
have
me
to.
paste.
No.
But I can copy paste. So.
Temporary hit points equal to spellcasting modifier, which for you is 3 at the moment, right? It used to be 4, but we
Yeah, it's 3
made
at the
a
moment.
adjustment. And you become immune to fear until the end of next turn. So you're not afraid of Perrin's falling from the sky
I'm
temporarily.
not afraid.
And you just put your hand down on top of Perrin as he's like, ow.
Arena like
God.
stops and she's like,
At least you landed on top of the deer. If you didn't, then it probably would have hurt even worse.
Grug will offer you his hand to help you up, and he goes, "You know, this ring really does work."
Yes, I grab that and thank you. And then as he stands back up and dusts himself off, he's like, Cure Wounds doesn't work on pride though.
and Corvobot picks up the meat again and starts hopping.
And bring it over to that one. Oh, this is its first mission. I'm so excited.
Little one, I have no idea what you are, but you have brought me something. Dear, my favorite. Yes. Ah. Excellent. I will join the feast. You may have the door. And a riddle.
He pulls out from his pocket a little handkerchief, goes down to the door, wipes it a little bit so the grease begins to come off it, and you just see like the grease kind of scraped off. And you can see underneath are letters, which seem to...
Imagine we're all just like, you may have the door. Yes, and a riddle. Ball.
It says, entry will cost you something dear. Spelled D-E-E-R. And there's a little, like, slot in the door.
This thing can fit so many deer in it.
He pats the door, and the letters D-E-E-R, the word deer, falls off.
But it's had its fill of deer for today. Figure something else out.
And walks away to the feast. You're left with a door with a little hopper, and entry will cost you something, and then there's just a gap where the D-E-E-R just fall onto the ground separately.
So does it just say entrance will cost you and then there's nothing there?
There's a very obvious gap where like the space where the letters used to be is kind of blank and empty. As around that, it's a bit of like embossed. There's some color to it, a little bit of like a relief.
And there's just letters on the floor spelling deer.
Well, not spelling deer at the moment, but they used to. Yeah.
Baron steps up to them and is like, are we supposed to
Do we put something
Rearrange
inside
it?
of it? Or rearrange the letters?
It's like Perrin reaches down and swaps the R and the D. Just read.
We look around. Do we see anything like reed? Like a instrument?
You would not see anything with reeds in it.
It's just
here.
a drum, right? So not a horn or...
No, there's no woodwind type things. Either way, if there was something like that, the reed would probably not be big enough for a giant mouth.
Oh, good point.
This is giant reeds.
Perrin covers up an E and it's red. Do we need to use all the letters?
I don't know.
I guess Arena's gonna kind of... Is the hopper just square shaped? Does it have like a shape to it?
It seems to be stylized into like a mouth. Like the actual door itself looks like a mouth with like eyes, etc. But the hopper itself is just like where the mouth would be.
Hmm. Deer. D-E... It says D-E-E-R-E, right? It's like an extra E.
D-E-E-R. No,
Oh,
no
okay.
spare E.
I thought he spelled it wrong. Okay. Just D-E-E-R. Okay. Yeah, there's red, there's reed.
There is the possibility, since it's not specific, it could be just anything we handed it.
True.
Or maybe if we put the letters back on the door, it will accept whatever matches what it says.
What if we just put the letters back in the hopper?
I feel like it wouldn't be that simple. There's got to be something else. And I don't want to risk that in case they're gone and then that breaks the puzzle.
You're still bleeding. Put some blood. That's red.
Ooh, good point. Is it is the D lowercase d or is it uppercase d?
It's all the same case.
Which is
Which
upper
is
or lower?
uppercase or lowercase?
Upper, sorry, all
Okay.
uppercase.
Okay, I was like, it's all
Right.
the same case. Well, that doesn't
So
answer
none
my
of them-
question.
None of them can be turned over to change because I
Yeah,
was
that's
wondering
what I
if
was
the D
thinking.
could
I was
be
like
a
a
P.
P or a D or
Yeah.
a B. Like, okay, all right, cool.
Perrin tries putting them up saying red on the door.
As you put each letter up, it kind of like there's a slight magnetism. It just kind of clunk, 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 and then you have the last E in your hand. It says entry will cost you something red.
I'm going to
Alright.
attempt to put a drop of blood in the hopper.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
You kind of just go over and you like spit. Like blood goes into the hopper. Okay, you can close the hopper if you want.
I close the hopper.
Arena pushes the hopper, smacks my glasses in the process, and the door, and then the mouth goes. And another split goes down the center and it opens.
Arena high fives, Perrin.
Nice. I low five Arena.
That was awesome.
Wonder what we do with this one. The extra E.
Keep it, see what happens. Presumably it won't be able to leave the tower, but
Arena
It'll
holds
come
on
in
to
handy.
the E.
Okay, you have a stone E.
just on like the very outside off chance that like a later room is like, aha, if you kept the spare E, then you get the gold room.
I can tell that Bentham has played games with me for too long. Like
Yeah,
that's
like-
something I would definitely do.
I was thinking keeping it too. That's why I RP'd it. I
Yeah.
was like, we should keep
There'll
it.
be some future room where like
Right.
something really awkward is spelled out that we need, but if you add an E, it makes it something really easy to get.
Someplace where you'd have to buy a vowel. And you
I need a vowel. If only I had a vowel. Perrin, you mean this vowel?
Oh,
You see, we walk into a room, it's the set of countdown, we're like, what is this strange place?
Clock
Clock with no numbers.
Okay. We go
I
through.
came here
It's
to play
green.
Countdown and drink milk, and I'm all out of milk.
So green, which is a physical skill door. So Rena will say that when we're as we're walking through, and she's holding this, like, how big is the E? Is it like bigger than her?
It's probably about a foot tall, maybe a little less, maybe 10 inches.
Okay, so yeah, she's holding this E that's very big. And-
Yeah, considering that you carried a load of stuff with you and then had to hand off stuff, if you carry that E while you're carrying it, you'll definitely be over carry weight.
yeah. She's like
This
trying to get
stone.
the E.
Perrin can take the letter E.
Okay, he takes it from her. As she's handing it off to him, she's like,
This is a green door, so I think you two are going to be the
Rena,
ones that are going to need to do the things.
I thought better of you. You're pushing E on Perrin. Oh. Stop pushing E, Arena.
I got him drunk. He's
Oh,
he's
dear.
got
Get
the
him
E
drunk, now pushing E, yeah.
Yeah.
She's a bad influence.
Look, the chat already thinks I'm a bad influence. I might as well just go all the way in.
There we go. Yeah, Grug's definitely going to be the saving grace of this party.
There's an alternate universe where the characters have got into some real weird drugs, and they get to this room and like, oh, just put the E up, and then there we go.
I had this from earlier.
We get to carry all these letters with us, spelling red. Who knows when these could come in useful?
And then she kind of motions for Corvobot to follow us, and
You're going to be very handy for this room, I think.
we go in. What do we see? What do we see?
Is
Okay.
it bad that I want the crow robot, the raven robot, to be like the 19th iteration of Arena's designs of it, so it's Corvid-19?
Oh,
No.
that's so bad.
No. Okay, you find yourselves in the end of a long, wide-ish room, but not that wide. It's really, it looks like a corridor. It's a long corridor, probably about 100 foot long, leading to another door. The door at the other end, normal sized, has a red outline. The corridor itself. Let me have a quick look at some. Oh.
Although, if you guys keep climbing and being stealthy like that, I don't think it's going to work very well.
I just, I slipped, okay? I slipped.
And I fell because he disturbed me.
Right.
Yeah, as you stand in the end of this hallway, as you look forwards, the entire hallway is completely empty. The opposite door does not have a key, though. But it does appear to be another maybe challenge door that, as far as you can tell, does seem to just be sitting there waiting unlocked.
If we look up, do we see anything up above? So it's just a
nope,
long corridor with a door at the end?
It is a pretty much a 10-foot wide corridor, 10-foot tall, like square corridor that runs on 100 feet.
When I look at the plates on the ground, does it look like they're gonna move or something? Like it's a trap?
Not obviously, but if you want to investigate
Yeah.
the plates to see if they
Wait.
are going to move.
Don't walk in. There might be something like wrong with the floor.
Looking at it, I do have a suspicion if it's a physical challenge,
Might have to like
that
hop.
perhaps we simply have to get to the other side, but something we haven't seen yet makes that incredibly difficult.
Yeah.
Does the door have a sign on it with most of the word open, but it's missing the E?
Yeah.
Do,
How did you know?
Do you want me an investigation or a perception?
Investigation.
Okay. This music is very funny for this room. 19.
Well, unfortunately, you're still in the other room. You haven't stepped in yet.
Okay.
19. Yeah. As you look at the individual tiles, like, oh, is this one going to put down? No, it's just slightly uneven. No.
Like I
okay. It
poke it with the end of my weapon or something.
doesn't seem to move. They seem to be pretty set.
Okay. 19, nothing? What about the walls?
If you want to investigate the walls,
yeah.
feel free.
Now I think something might
I
come-
assume that you
come
are not
swinging
moving.
through the walls.
You've mentioned it. We are not stepping in. You're just
Yeah, we're just
testing
staying
from the
at the
entrance.
threshold.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
In which case, if you want to investigate the wall, make a investigation check.
Okay. 16.
As you press the wall, doesn't seem to move. Doesn't seem to change.
All right, well, It looks safe, which probably means it's not safe, but if you want to step in,
I will go first.
I can check again once we're inside.
All right. Keep
Dramatically
it slow and steady.
step forward and wait for all hell to break loose.
And watch, it's one of the things where we just have to book it down the end of the
Yeah.
hallway.
Exactly.
It's like, how fast can you run?
As
The
you
timer
step
starts.
in, as you kind of swing the leg, before you've even touched the floor on the other side, you hear a from behind you. You're still here? Get in. I'm waiting. And the hand comes down behind you and shoves you all in, and then the door is closed behind you. You all find yourself standing like you haven't moved. You're like backs to the wall, well, to the door, but you are now in the room.
I wait for death.
Yeah, same. I'm looking.
Yeah.
I'm looking around frantically. My senses are heightened.
Okay, yeah. Nothing happens immediately you step in. The tile doesn't move. The walls that you investigated equally don't move. You just are standing there, very tense, not moving.
So nothing has happened. All right. I'm gonna check the
Now I
next
can start moving.
one when we move forward. We'll check the floor and the wall and look up, make sure nothing's gonna come for us.
Sorry, are you moving forwards or are you just checking in front
I'm
of
just
you again?
checking first before someone steps
Okay.
forward. Because
What would you like to check?
Perrin said slow and steady. The floor and the walls and the ceiling type of thing. Just basically like as much as I
You
can.
can't really check the ceiling because
Okay.
you can't reach it. But
It's, like, really high.
feel free to make an investigation check.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 10 foot and you're 2'7", so
I can boost her up and hold her up there. So
that's true. Okay, in which case I'll count it in this roll. The DC will be slightly
18.
higher. 18. It does appear that the wall, the floor, etc., seem pretty solid. Nothing moves. Then again, you aren't investigating more than like a few inches in front of you, bear in mind, because you don't want to move ahead.
Yeah.
But from what you've touched, it does appear that the walls and the floor are fine. There's no pressure plates or anything.
She relays that to you all.
Either one of us can carefully move forward, or I look at the bird robot. We could send them forward first.
All right. All right, Corvette, go for it. Only
The
one.
bird diligently starts walking forwards, and it's hard to catch, but you see the bird kind of falter a little bit, and then one of the wings that was outstretched, just a chunk of it just goes to the ground, as if it's walked through something that's just severed part of the wing.
Stop.
And they take
My defender can't be surprised also. So I don't know
Yeah,
if it
I don't
gets
think
a
it's being
Nope.
attacked.
save
no.
at all.
They take 14 points of force damage.
Do we have our
appears to
characters
be a
on here?
corridor of sharpness.
Can you pull my bot on here as well?
Oh, sorry, the bot isn't on here. Let me do
Yeah.
that. Do. Oh, it's called Pango Bot still because we haven't
Yeah.
got the new art, so it's still Pango Bot. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
My
Oh.
sheet still says Pangobot. I'm not gonna change it till we get the new art.
There we go.
It will be Pangobot for now. All right, 31. Oh, George is popping off. How much damage?
14.
Jesus. No save at all? That's
Just walk
crazy.
forwards.
Well, I hope if I walk forward, I get some kind of save.
How far did you
Like,
say?
after
I just said one step forward, like one more tile.
It started walking, and then you said, actually, just one step. So it's walked a little bit more than that, but not a lot.
Okay.
It's probably like 10 foot, so like 2 squares.
once it's stopped and there's nothing actively happening, Perrin's like, I think this may be a corridor full of invisible, extremely sharp blades.
Arena gulps. Like,
How long did you say the corridor was?
100 feet.
Pengobot is going to repair itself.
Okay.
We're not in combat, right? Like, I don't have to wait to do it. Is what I
No,
meant.
no. I'm not. No, we're not initiative order.
All right. So you just see the bird kind of, you know, when birds, they like prune themselves. That's what you see the pangobot doing, or not pangobot, the corvid bot doing. It looks like it's grooming itself, but it's really repairing itself. The little tongue is actually like a tool.
It heals exactly 14, so
Yeah.
perfect.
Baron reaches for Mind Killer and then stops and instead reaches for the Sword of Kiv and draws it. He's going to try and pinpoint the location where Corvid Bot got sliced.
You should step carefully, Perrin.
What can you see? And I say this out loud. So from Grug's perspective, I just randomly said, what can you see to my sword that I just drew?
Drugs, the same that you can see.
Kiv
Let me look real quick. I'll make a roll.
I was just going to flail the Sword of Kiv around in front of me to see if I hit something.
Like, yeah, like
but now
slightly
maybe
like
he can
tapping
see.
it left and right. Yeah.
I can't see anything, but your bird just had a chunk fall off.
Oh, never mind.
Flail away, Perrin.
My apologies in advance. And I reach out the sword and try and kind of slowly swing it through the point that seemed to cut Corvid Bot.
So do you move forwards to where the Corvid Bot is?
Do I need to move forwards to get in range of that?
Yes.
Then I do some sword swinging in front of me first, just kind of try and, like, as if I'm clearing out cobwebs from in front of me, I just kind of flail it and move it down, like the length, the height of myself and the width.
As you swing and start walking forwards, there's kind of nothing happens until you get to where the Corvid Bot is, and then there's a slight, like, very faint, like, resistance to the sword, and then you can hear a twang, and suddenly there's a glimmer of something that you caught, coil, and snap back at you. I need to make an attack roll. This is probably-
Disadvantage. Pengobot will use a reaction to deflect.
Can you
right
print
there.
the exact text of that ability?
Yeah,
Because it
I did.
depends if it says... Oh, hello.
Disadvantage on the attack roll.
It can see. It cannot see this
Oh,
because
okay.
it isn't unable to see it, but
Okay.
that's what I was looking for.
All right.
A good try.
It can't be surprised either, so.
No, I was like, oh, this depends on the wording of the phrase. Does it include the can you see, which a lot of abilities do? Right, okay.
It does. It does say. It has to see it.
Yeah. So, I rolled a 23 to hit.
That hits, I'm pretty sure. I don't think Bentham's
Yeah.
AC is higher than 23.
Nope. And you take 13 points of force damage as it slices across the
Ouch.
side of your shoulder and down your arm, and it goes straight through the armor in a very hairline cut, but you can feel it go straight in, right through the meat of your arm.
I look at Grug and I'm like,
I don't want to be chopped by something invisible.
But whatever it was does seem to then just swing to the side and just hang there.
So did it seem like that was kind of an attack against me in a sense?
It definitely felt animated, yes. It didn't just ping off, it definitely came at you after you sliced it, but then did fall to the side.
Is that once that stopped and I'm like, I just kind of hold still, nothing else happens. I'm like, well, that's much worse. Corridors full of invisible sharp things that actively want to stab us.
Yay! So what do we do?
Either of you have magic that would help us here?
Not something
Is it-
that will help with that.
Perrin, it isn't invisible, it's just really hard to see, because it does appear to be incredibly thin. But now it is there, and you obviously got attacked by it. You could see it now, you are looking where it is, and you know it is. It's just that wire, like, hanging on the wall on one side.
Does it look like you could sidle your way around it while keeping out of reach?
It doesn't seem to be moving now because you've cut it. It was definitely like stretched across the corridor, and then once you cut it, it did swing out and attack you, and then is just lying in the dirt. Doesn't seem to be reacting to you.
I think I killed this one. We'll have to advance incredibly carefully.
All right. Do you want me to heal you?
I wouldn't mind it.
Where are you at? You're like 28.
Yep. Out of a potential 50 because of aid.
Alright, this would be my last second ability.
I could use one of my own because I can cure wounds as well.
Okay, if you want to.
But
It's up to you.
I just worry that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast a level 1 on myself
Alright.
because you've already got your temporary hit points from using the ring anyway, so you're not gonna get anything extra, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have my 3 HP.
I heal 7. It's something.
Something.
Back
yeah.
up to 35.
And you don't have a healer's ring, right? There's only one healer's ring.
Yeah, there's just the one.
Alright. Guess we're gonna step forward carefully.
Okay.
I think
By carefully, is someone keeping a lookout?
yes.
Who is at the front and keeping a lookout then?
Corvid
Who's
Bot can
best
if
at-
you want. It has a pretty high perception.
Probably has a better perception than I do.
Yeah, Corvid Bot can go forward if you guys want. It's just at some point when I take too much damage, then it won't be able to take it anymore. But it has really
Should-
good perception.
Should we try and absorb as much damage as we can without healing it, preserve the healing, and then get to the other side of the corridor and rest?
Well, we won't be able to rest, probably. The tower doesn't necessarily like that.
Right.
But
But there, it seems to be a trapped hallway and
we can
not
try
immediate.
to reserve our healing.
we could. When I hit this one with my sword, it did lash out, but that might be because the sword was sharp enough to cut it. If we held something in front of us that wouldn't break the strings, then that might break and show us that it's there, and then we can simply step around it.
You've got all these torches that I was handed, plus all of mine.
That's what I'm thinking. I get out an unlit torch.
Okay.
And
So, FYI, the pittons are all gone because they got left in the side of the table and you weren't
Yeah.
really able to retrieve them. But you pull out one of the unlit torches and you start. I assume you are going first then, so you
I
can
think
wave it.
Corvid Bot should go first because it has really high perception, so it can kind of look around.
can it
Okay.
hold out a torch?
Probably not. I mean, it could hold the torch in its mouth, but
Yeah, it
or in
wouldn't be
its
able
claw.
to really get any range. Its claw is its foot. It needs that to walk.
I know. It can hop on one foot.
Yeah.
All right.
It won't be really covering any. Okay, so
Roll a perception.
it's going to look. So it's
Yes.
going to roll perception.
Yeah. And I think Perrin is holding out like a
10?
10. Oh, I got a
Okay,
plus 6
and then
to
you're
roll.
all
I'm just
following in
rolling
its
back.
wake. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, let me have a look here.
Did it
As we
actually roll
begin,
properly?
Perrin does say there is something
it
we could do. If we have rope, I have javelins. I could tie a rope to a javelin, throw it along the corridor. If I throw it at the top, it would drop and hit any of these strings. Either it would cut the rope or cut the strings. We'd either know where they were or we would have broken them already.
Could try it.
It is dependent on me being a good shot.
Well, that hasn't been proving very good today.
Arena Savage.
I had a bad time with climbing. Most of
Well, and the
they
last
kept
few
throwing me
times
off the
that you've
table.
thrown a javelin, you haven't been able to get the javelin back.
I did very well with my last javelin, and now I've got 4 more from Gatton.
Right, it's your javelin.
I have a light crossbow here that I
I
can.
mean, no matter what, we're heading that way. I'll be able to pick the javelins up again.
Okay, so you want to tie a rope to a javelin and throw the javelin.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll
Make
try
an
and
attack
throw it
roll.
so it like just skims off like the ceiling to be as high as possible overall.
So you're about 10 foot in. The javelin has a range of what, 60 feet if you throw it? Max
I think
disadvantage.
it's like 120. But yeah.
Is it 120?
Yep. Yeah, 120 with disadvantage.
Okay.
Yeah.
So make me a disadvantage attack roll.
Okay.
I've thrown many a javelin in my time. That's why I know that.
16?
16?
It would have been a nat 20 if not for the well,
Yeah.
actually.
Flies to the other end. Roll me a d20.
Woo!
Okay.
Interesting idea.
Yeah.
4.
4.
You see the javelin definitely hit the opposite door and then clatter to the ground. The rope behind it is shredded into somewhere in the region of 30 to 40 pieces, and just all of them scatter on the ground. You have no idea
So
where
don't
each
run
of
through
the...
this hallway. Do not run through this hallway. We need to take it slow and steady.
Baron's like, okay, that's 1, 2, 10, 20. That's a lot. That's a lot of strings.
Grug will get out his light crossbow and tie a rope to the front of the crossbow and load it in there. And then he'll get down on the ground about a foot off the ground and fire the crossbow to the other end down low.
Make me an attack roll. Disadvantage.
Oh, like if we have to crawl?
Right. Maybe
Yeah.
it's a certain
Good
height.
idea.
With disadvantage.
I realize how much rope do I have? Because I don't anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
I
you
have
just shredded
some.
your entire rope, so...
Is it 100 foot of rope as well? I think it is.
Yeah, you just shredded 100 foot of rope.
Oh. I still have rope though.
Fairness, rope is cheap. You guys have money.
Yeah.
Yep.
With disadvantage, 9.
9. So the bolt goes, I want to say like 20, maybe 25 feet before the bolt itself flies into pieces. It seems to actually hit one of them directly, and the head of the bolt just explodes off. The actual bit of rope, even though it's only gone maybe 20 feet, is also cut into somewhere in the region of 20 pieces. It looks like there's even ones low down.
Yeah, well, that's
It-
I discovered what I wanted to discover.
Is it cut this way or this way?
You can't tell because the bolt is fired very fast,
Okay.
but nice
Just
try.
in case, because it would be nice to know if they're all horizontal or if there are some vertical ones, or even diagonal
No,
ones.
the way that the gist you get from that is that they aren't just all laid out in the same pattern.
Okay, basically we've got your classic bank vault laser grid, but we can't see them at all, and
I mean, as you say
won't
that,
help.
like, COVIDbot going forwards, because like, and then it's like shift sideways to try and get past one. You have COVIDbot going first and being your pathfinder. So
Yeah,
if you
but
want
that
to
was a
follow,
10. Yeah, that was a 10. It was not a good. I rolled really
Unfortunately,
low. I rolled
they
a
didn't pass the test enough
I
to
rolled
give
a
you
4.
advantage, but you didn't fail enough that they give you disadvantage by giving you bad directions. So if everyone can make me acrobatics rolls to follow COVIDbot, you can move. I assume you want to move 25 feet, because if you move 30, you'll start leaving Arena behind, and she won't be able to use the
Okay,
same pathfinding.
25.
21.
21. Okay, Arena, you managed to like bend and like shift under some of them. You have a slightly easier DC because you are small. Perrin, equally,
17.
you managed to just about get past a few. Definitely like the edge of your cloak is just shink, and like some hair falls to the ground.
Grug got a
Imagine we,
Grug got a 14.
Mhm.
imagine we get some up close and personal moments where we're like sidling against the wall and we realize we can see this line like right in front of us. Like, oh, that's gonna kill me.
Oh no. Corvobot rolled
Okay,
really
so
low.
all
Rolled a
of you
3.
did really well, mostly because COVIDbot found all of them by going straight into them.
Oh no.
Yeah.
It's very much the enemy, like you see just little glimmers of lines appearing on the back of COVIDbot. You're like, that's weird. Oh, that's not good. You failed the test by so much.
They
it
might
does
be like,
a lot of
"Nani?"
damage.
I rolled a 3 for Corvid Bot for the MP3
Oh.
folks. Yeah.
So Corvid Bot only takes 12 points of force damage as the head
Holy.
swivels around and goes, "Ah!"
That's so.
And then like part of the beak goes,
Oh no.
Speaking of
Corvid Bot stumbles into 3 different lines during that 25 feet. Yeah.
Mm.
But found
Did
them
the tongue
for you.
survive though? Tongue recoiled.
The tongue is still mostly there, just inside, like lolling out the side of the beak now.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay,
Aw.
you are now, 35 feet, given the 10 feet Corvid Bot got, all lined up behind each other. Is Corvid Bot going forwards again?
I think Corvidbot's gonna repair again.
You can do 2 repairs.
3
so
repairs
that's
today.
3 repairs. Okay, that's the second of them. It is a
Oh
6.
no.
Okay.
Roll
You see
a
the
1 and a
beak just like
2.
get picked up and like.
All right. And then he's gonna roll a perception check. So you just see like the tongue repairing, but it like looks all fucked up. All right.
Put it on backwards.
13. Man, what is with my rolls today? Poor Corvidbot.
Unfortunately, doesn't really spot enough to make it easier. Definitely spots 1 or 2, and like the Corvid Bot goes first, carefully like sliding under a few of them.
Does
Uh,
it? Let's see how well.
Everyone make acrobatics checks to follow Corvid Bot.
Oh my god, Corvidbot, I rolled an 8.
Nope, it hits many.
2. Oh, it was rolled off a 19.
8! 2 8, oh no!
Oh god.
Oh, everyone's just going for the meat. Okay, Grug, what did you get?
17.
Okay,
Oh,
so
nice.
let's deal with Grug first. I think you're bringing up like the rear or something,
Yeah,
right?
probably.
Yeah. So Grug, thanks to the benefit of hindsight from everyone else, doesn't touch a single one of these strands. Everyone else, on the other hand.
This isn't so hard.
So the first one forwards is Corvidbot.
Yeah.
Corvidbot fails enough that they take 10 points of damage
Okay.
as the beak gets sheared off the other way and part of the head just slides to the side and they have to pick it back up and like kind of put it on and it's really
no.
held in
Oh,
position.
no.
Who was next? Perrin. Perrin, you coming up behind Corvidbot, like being careful, protecting Arena. Unfortunately, as the head falls off, you go, oh no, and you step backwards reflexively and you step through 3 lines.
Oh god.
Ouch.
You failed massively, dude.
Yeah, 2. That's rough.
The the damage increases. Perrin, you step backwards and you feel a blinding numbness. It's so sharp, it doesn't even register as pain to begin with. Firstly, in your arm. Secondly, in your ass. And
Okay,
then
thanks.
fourthly, in the back of your shin, like in the actual like tendon itself. You take 22 points of damage.
Ouch! I think you might have to heal before we step forward.
And Arena, as you're like, oh no, Perrin, you put your hands forwards.
Don't chop my hands off!
That is a possibility in this room.
No!
Oh no.
You take 14 points as one of your hands scrapes down the side and like a chunk of the side of your little finger
11.
comes off.
Because I have 3 temporary HP.
Yeah, so 11 then.
Okay. Whew, Corvidbot is gonna repair again because it kind of has
Okay,
to.
last repair. 8.
8, yeah.
Perrin, you now have a great sword for each chunk of you.
Bro. Also, FYI, of the 100 feet corridor, you've gone 60 feet. Yes.
All right, and now
Okay, I'm. Arena, do you want to cast some Cure Wounds?
do you want me to? Yeah, I can.
It's
do
a
that.
good time because you will have used up the health from the ring before, so you'll now
Yeah,
get that
yeah.
back if you do a heal.
No, it's a good point.
You don't need to do a big one. I could do the rest. It's just you'll get an extra bonus if you do it.
I also warn you mechanically that when you fail a check, if you fail it by a certain amount, it's 1d10. If you fail it for every 5 thereafter, it's another d10.
Can I shield one of these things, or is that not?
No, that's
something I
against
can
an attack roll. If
Okay.
they attack you, like when they whip back, yes, you can shield, because that's versus AC. Otherwise, it's just walking into them. Bear in mind that each of these dice
my
are
God.
considered separate attacks.
I rolled a
So if
1.
you die from one of them, or you go down, if you get hit by more, those will also cause extra death fails,
Okay,
because they are separate attacks.
12. You heal 12.
Cute.
I can't believe I rolled a 1 on that. That's so bad.
It's perfectly average. You rolled an 8 on the other, so...
Yeah. And then I get 3 temporary HP.
I'm gonna cast a level 2 Cure Wounds on myself.
What is? I'm gonna read this again.
I think. Yeah, let's do it. Oh Jesus, that was even worse. 10.
Okay, 10. It's better than nothing. Yeah,
I'm
unfortunately,
up to
we can't,
35, where I was a second ago.
we can't wait till the end to heal because we might not make
Yeah,
it to the end if we don't heal. All right, Corvidbot will do a lookout again for us now that we're all...
Okay, Coverbot, go for it again. Sure.
Everyone up the chains
There's
like,
40
You alright? You alright? You alright?
So there's 40 feet remaining, right?
40 feet remaining.
40
I would
feet
like to
remaining.
just move 10 this time.
15.
If you move 10, you're going to be left away from everyone else. You can't use Coverbot's roll.
Well, I'm for the first 10, I will follow them. Then I'll stop.
Okay. Sure. In which case, Coverbot unfortunately doesn't give advantage. It's so close. The DC was 16. But does spot several of the wires. Everyone make acrobatics rolls. Oh, Arena, I calculated your damage wrong last time because you take 1 dice less because
no.
you're small. No, you take less dice because you're small. You've got
No, I
less
meant
surface area to
Coverbot
cut.
rolled
She's
a
all knowing
2
because of
nat
all the
one.
twos
Oh,
we just rolled.
Oh god.
And then
okay.
and then Baron rolled a 2 after. That's what I'm knowing about.
Arena, you have 1 more health. Sorry.
Okay, I'll give myself +1.
Oh god. And Grug.
Oh no, I rolled
Presumably-
11.
I got an 18.
Grug,
Nice.
again, with the benefit of everyone else running into them, you're like, definitely don't go into those. That's got Perrin Brain on it.
My
Because I only go 10 feet, do I take less damage from this failure?
No, I'm sorry.
Why not?
my luck changed when we went
I
through that.
didn't
You know,
do
I
as
will-
much. I
I will
stopped.
give you advantage because you're only going 10 feet. So roll again.
Okay.
To be fair, you were doing like stealthy stuff, Temple, which is
Well, I
not
rolled a
what your
1.
character's built for.
That is
Yeah.
worse. So, oh god.
Oh no.
Okay. So, Mecha
Corvobot.
COVID bot rolls a natural 1 for 2.
Yeah.
So it's going. Oh god.
Technically, you can't crit fail a skill per se, but
Yeah. I mean, yeah. There's no such thing as a crit fail in this. Just a big fail versus
yeah,
the DC.
it's just graphically probably.
And
good.
takes 13 points of force damage.
Oof. 13.
Perrin only going 10 feet. I think Perrin just goes full on into one and it chops like through his nose and into like the front bone of his skull and into his jaw
just
before
like,
he
just
stops.
step forward like,
Yeah. And then like a bead of blood appears and just runs down. You're like, carefully back. Don't go sideways until they come back.
that's my brain. My brain went through that.
Perrin, I'm so sorry for what I'm about to do to you.
Oh, Christ.
No.
How much HP do you have?
I have 35.
Okay, you're gonna live at least.
Oh, thanks.
At least.
18 points of force damage.
Jesus.
And Arena, the DC's lower because you're small, so you only fail by the minimum amount.
Okay, at this point, I'm 30 feet from the door. I misty step to it.
Arena, you take 8 points of damage.
8 points, okay.
As you see Perrin just like, "Huh," and his bead of blood appears, and as he's like, don't move. If you go backwards and you'll get the wrong angle, you'll take off part of your jaw and it won't regrow because you need regenerate, and that's a 7 of the blood.
Hey, is it-
And
yeah,
Perrin
I
just
just-
like holds out the sword without moving and just
Yeah, it's like I
Where's the
draw
shadow?
Mind Killer as a dagger and carefully raise it just to point to where I'm going, and then whoop, and I appear at the end.
you appear at the end. Perrin, as you appear at the end, there is a flash of gold from the middle of the corridor. And now you can see suspended in midair a gold key in the middle of the corridor.
No, this is a green room. So it's a physical feat room. The door at the end of this hallway is red because people thought this was a red room.
Yeah.
I turned back to look at the gold key like, oh, come on.
Wait, you can see the gold key?
As he gets to the end, a gold key, there's a flash of gold light, and behind you in the center of the corridor is a gold key.
Back where we came from?
Back where you came from.
Oh,
Admittedly,
no.
only back... Oh god, yeah. The group went forwards 25, so they're 15 from the end, so it would be back 35 for the group.
Yeah. Guys, before you progress, there's a key about 35 feet back. A gold key. I say we don't get it.
If we were doing better... If we were doing better, maybe, but... I think we need to keep going.
I
I don't...
turn to look. Is it apparent to everyone or just to him?
Apparent to everyone, it's obviously there now.
You are at the back.
Right. And it's
True.
35 feet away from me.
Yeah.
I pause the thing and go, anybody know Mage Hand?
Oh, no, I don't. I can shock and grasp the shit out of stuff, though. It's like,
I
ugh.
think that helps.
I wonder if I cast Sanctuary on you, if you could just run back and get it.
Oh.
Would
Depends
Sanctuary
what
work?
Sanctuary does.
Sanctuary means that no one can attack you without making a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah.
I don't think these are attacks. I think
That's
this is
what I'm
just
wondering.
running into things.
I think these are like, I don't know if these are.
It would probably take something with a brain for that to
Yeah.
work.
I don't know,
Unless
yeah.
you were invincible or phased out of reality, I feel like running through this corridor is a good way to dice yourself, finally.
I can
some
tell you
kind
that
of
the mechanic for running increases the DC by 5.
Oh.
Although considering how much you're failing, you can't fail much worse, really, can you?
And how much distance does each check count for?
Your full movement. You've been only moving 25 to make sure you don't leave arena behind, but you could move 30 if you go without arena.
Maybe I should
If
have
I
just
went
done
30,
like-
I'd be able to reach it at that point because it's 30.
If you go 30, you'll need to go 5 more, but then you could also go 25 back with the next move. Like, you
Right.
know, so
Starting to
it would
feel
take
like
you
I
an extra
should've
2
just-
moves, effectively.
I should have just done a speed boots, run, dash, mind killer step from one end of the corridor to the other in one go, and just been like, yes.
Have rolled surprisingly low.
Yeah, we've been really
'Cause
bad.
then I'd be rolling less dice, and therefore might be less diced by the end.
Yeah.
FYI, the corridor is strewn with blood. There's a lot of blood everywhere.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And honestly, like, you using that might have been better because then we wouldn't have had to waste our heals so much, right?
Also, if you wanted to go for the key, you'd have got all the way there and the key would have hit and you'd be like,
Well, just him. The rest of us would have been at the other
Yeah,
end.
if I'd done it alone, then I could have been like, can someone pick up the key on their way there? I'm gonna sit here and panic.
okay, so specifically, what would you like to do? Would you like to press ahead, ignoring Perrin now, or would Grug like to go back?
Grug, you do what Grug would do.
Grug sighs real big and then turns around and heads back.
Oh.
Okay, are you going to walk or run?
I'm going to walk.
Okay. Would
I
you
do
like...
not trust my rolls that much.
Oh yeah, feel free to make me a perception check for the wires. And no, there isn't like no perception check on the wires because you've been there already. There are too many wires to perfectly memorize, especially with the amount of damage.
15.
15. Unfortunately, just one below the DC. Sorry, but you get to do your acrobatics at normal.
The funny part of that is I have a -1 perception.
Oh, no.
You know, I will lower the DC by 1 because you have been this way before, just to make it slightly easier.
Okay,
You have
thanks.
advantage on the acrobatics roll.
There you go.
You know what? I will lower the
Yay!
DC. You have been here. I'll lower it by 2 for having been through a section before.
All right.
Otherwise, covered with blood, making them easier to see. They are so fine, they cannot actually hold a drop of blood.
Okay.
They are mono-wise.
7.
Oh, no!
Grug is like,
He
I
makes
will
it,
go
but
back and turns around and walks straight through several. Unfortunately, you only fail by effectively 2 degrees, so it's not too bad.
That was a mistake.
You take 8 points of damage
not
as you
bad.
end up with the key 5 feet in front of you, like, ow. Just 8 points.
All right.
And then if you make the same check again, you can get back to where Arena and Corvidbot are.
Yeah, we're all watching it with like bated breath.
Like, not moving. Like, I assume Arena's, like, looking over her shoulder, like, not daring to turn.
Yeah.
Well, it's not that bad because it took off my temporary hit points.
Are you okay?
It just stings.
It's not temporary hit points, by the way. The aid spell gives you increased maximum HP, so you can actually heal again.
So
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah.
So you can heal up to that amount versus like
it's,
10
it's
HP you
much
lose.
more useful.
Yeah.
If you want to make the perception check again, and the DC will be too lower, of course, because you've been here already.
Right. Okay. I will do that. Come on. You can do this. Natural 20.
Woo!
Nice.
Yes.
As you are like, what do I do? You kind of like center yourself, and I guess because everyone who repeats the same laser sequence in a later film,
Yeah.
you have to do a breakdance. So Grug starts breakdancing through the monowires. Make
has the
your
gold
acrobatics
key
roll
in his
with
mouth?
advantage. You
The
can grab the
90s
key with your mouth and then shuffle backwards.
Yeah.
Acrobatics advantage.
The 90s heist music kicks in.
Uh-huh.
Someone banging on some drums. It's like the hand slap drums. I don't know what they're called, but like, you know, for like
Bongos?
the bank heist. No, not bonk. No, it's whatever. You know.
Dun 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 dun. Okay. What's
I
the,
think you're getting what I mean. I'll
Button, you
find
got a-
some later.
Okay.
what did you get?
12.
Unfortunately, you still walk into one.
Oh no.
But it's not the worst.
The nat 20 would have been better on the other roll.
Yeah, it would have.
But hey. One more.
You take 7 points of damage, and you get back to Arena, key in your mouth.
Well,
I've got it.
you're crazy.
Mostly.
Says the person who's turned back time.
If I could turn back time.
See, you gotta
Okay.
do it.
You are one move away from getting to Perrin, who is watching on in horror.
Can I heal Perrin? I'm right behind him, right?
No, Perrin jumped ahead with the sword.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm at the end now. I'm looking back.
okay. All right then.
Alright, you ready?
It is bongos.
Yeah, Corvidbot's gonna do a lookout for us
Okay.
again.
Corvidbot gives
20!
everyone advantage!
Yes.
Yay! Corvidbot needs it the most. Oh, I rolled the wrong thing. That's not dexterity save, right?
No, it's
So minus 4.
acrobatics. Just roll again.
Okay.
Oh, Grug got an 18.
You do not hit any. Corvidbot does not hit any.
19.
And Arena
19!
does not hit any.
Woo!
You all get to the last part with Corvidbot being like,
Made it.
and you get through without a single scratch for the last section. You get to Perrin. All of you are very bloodied. There is blood just forming underneath all of you at this stage.
Do we see a gold door?
No, there's no gold door.
Oh, okay.
Probably will be one in a later room, but there's no
Okay.
one in this room.
The next room is going to be a fighting room. So maybe we heal up before.
Yes.
I'm gonna
I'll,
mend.
hand the key,
Pangobot?
Karen.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. I'll stash it in my cloak.
We could have a bleeding contest.
Or should I hold the key because I can stealth really well and sneak to a door.
Can you carry it? Then?
A key? I can carry the key. I can carry the key. I can't carry a full stone letter E.
I'm gonna drink my healing potion, my standard one.
I'm going
Oh.
to mend Pengobot to max if I can, if we have time. Do we
You
have
spend the time to
Okay.
mend to max.
It's 2d6 plus 2, right?
2d4 plus 2.
Sorry, yeah, 2d4. My brain
And then
jerked.
for myself, it's 2d4 plus.
Nailed it.
Max
10.
roll! 10 HP for Perrin.
Yeah, I
Well,
might
not that
use
much in the
one of
grand
my
scheme.
health potions because no matter what, it's still going to be lower than my max health right now.
Sure.
So I will.
Does
Going
that
to
trigger
eat
the
my-
healing ring?
No, because I think it has to be heals on somebody else. But I could
I'm not
feed
sure.
Perrin his, and then he could feed mine.
No, I think it does work on you because I did it on myself. I did a lay on. Oh, I did the thing that time Ganton was beating me up, where I laid on hands myself by one over and over, but got the extra from the
I
ring.
don't think so. I think it has to be on somebody other than you.
Check the wording.
When you use an action to restore hit points to a
Other than
creature
yourself.
other than yourself.
Oh yeah,
But could I
was I doing it wrong that
could
time?
I feed Perrin his potion and be using my action to then give myself the, and then he feeds me the potion?
I mean, you can then just feed yourself a potion. It doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, then I could just feed
I'm-
myself.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that feels a little bit abusive, so
Yeah,
no.
okay,
Because it's not
alright.
heroic. The ring doesn't recognize it as the selfless heroism of healing someone
Yeah.
else.
Okay.
It just it recognizes it as a weird flirty moment where you're both like arms locked and you're kind of feeding each other champagne or whatever. Like that is not heroic. That we do not give you the points for that. No.
I'll
Tried.
drink my healing potion too.
Good try though.
All right.
I never regret the question. I only regret the
2d4
answer.
Plus, it's 2d4 plus 4?
2d4 plus 4.
And
I'm
Grug's
gonna-
going to drink his as
9.
well.
Okay. You get 9 and Grug gets
Grug gets.
Grug grug.
Grug. 2d4 plus 2.
Mhm.
Okay, that's 7.
No
Okay.
temporary HP for being shipped. People.
Okay.
I want to heal some more, but I've got to decide how.
I'm not going to heal
I
anymore.
could spend a.
I will
Yeah,
I'll
that's
wait.
all I'm going to heal.
further damage before I heal.
I'm gonna spend a level 1 slot for a cure wounds.
I
On
feel like I
myself.
went through one of those like Mission Impossible, like those laser wire things.
Yeah.
We're just like you
Oh,
just
I
come
rolled
out
a
like a
1.
cartoon, all sliced up in different places.
That's
I
what I
rolled
was
a
going
1, I
for,
healed
so
4.
I'm okay with this.
I'm at 31 hit points. It's an improvement.
Oh dear.
31's. Hey, I'm at 31.
I'm at 31.
Yeah, nothing.
I'm
to be
supposed to
ashamed
be
about.
at 45, and I could be at 50 right now.
What are the odds?
It's okay. You'll be fine.
I have
That's
my
gotta be
lay on
lucky.
hands. I just want to save that because that's a really good one-off mega heal.
One off mega heal. Okay. In which case,
Mega heal.
Okay.
Mega heal.
you are at the red
Oh, I
room
need to
door.
do like an echo with a deep voice so that it's like sounds like.
Mega heal.
Yeah, but
Heal-tacular.
okay, yeah, that kind
Ring
of.
of heroism.
Is that reverb?
Flirty feeding healing potions.
Is that reverb or what do you have on?
Reverb and echo.
Reverb and echo. Okay. I gotta make a voice like that. I don't have one made.
Team killer.
Aaron's going to draw the sword of Kiv.
Team killer. Wait, what? Oh, I'm sorry, I was at my other job.
I like to imagine that he has a side job of like doing a video game voiceovers
Being a sword does not pay in this economy.
in like another dimension. He's doing voiceovers for video games,
Yeah.
like a super techy universe.
Your tower is under attack. You need additional pylons.
You know what's funny? In EverQuest 2, I'm the voice of that, like in the game. If you play the PvP room, I'm the voice that says, "You've picked up the red relic." Like that's my
You've
voice.
picked up the red relic.
Yeah.
You've picked
Exactly
up
like
the
that, I'm
gold
sure.
key. Sorry, you picked me up. Yes.
Perrin's gonna draw the sword of cave and say to the others, I think to make sure we get the best out of this room, I'm gonna go in guns blazing.
All right.
When it's over, I may need a moment to calm down.
Temporary HP doesn't stack, right?
No, if you get new temporary HP, you have to pick between the new and the old one.
Do you have
Effectively,
temporary
you
HP
keep
right
whichever's
now,
higher.
Bentham? Does Perrin have a temporary HP?
No.
I could put heroism on you before you go in.
In fairness, if you go full out with the Sword of Kiv, that does give temporary HP. So
It would be before it
Oh
goes
yeah,
on.
it wouldn't stack well with the blood rage.
Gotcha. Okay.
Maggie's right. It would be beforehand, but it depends whether that would then get overridden by the sword. If it wouldn't be as
it
good
does
as normal.
depend on what I'm fighting. If
Yeah.
if we're fighting lots of little things, I'm
It might
gonna
be
have a
better
whale
to
of a
put on
time.
Grug then, for me, if we were going to do it.
Or save it for shields on you.
Yeah, save it for shields probably. All right, let's go then. I'm ready.
All right.
You push the door open. It just opens to your touch. You find yourself in a somewhat strange-looking room. It appears to be about 10 foot wide, leading up to a section that kind of slightly opens up a bit more, but only a little bit more. However, as soon as you go in, there are 3 doors on your left. None fancy and embossed like the exit doors. They just appear to be kind of like flat stone paneled doors. All of which are slightly ajar right now. And they're inset about 5 foot in to little alcoves. And on the ground is a little circle in each of them.
In each alcove.
A little circle. Oh, in the alcoves.
Okay. And how many alcoves are there?
3.
3 alcoves.
And there's nothing else in this room particularly standing out.
And
Nope.
where's the door?
You cannot see any other doors. The only 3 you can see are 3 panels. Sorry, which aren't ajar. They're like locked in, but you can tell they're like panels that will probably shift up or something. Like they are doors. And in front of each of them is a little circle on the ground. They are separate from each other by 5 foot thick stone walls, and they're effectively like little alcoves. Almost think about like how horses have the little stalls for race horsing, and like
Okay.
the gates in front, etc.
Okay.
It looks like that. 3 of them.
I'm guessing
Or
that there are
shooting.
things behind these doors that want to kill us. 3 doors and 3 of
Like an
us.
arena where they open the door and the lion comes out.
Like an arena.
Either we each have to stand in one of these circles and fight an enemy that comes through the door, or we can do it one at once. Or they're just all going to open at once. How big are the circles again?
About 5 foot wide.
Oh, so just
Okay,
enough
so-
for one person to stand.
I
I
would
think.
say that we do one first to see what we can expect.
I would agree with
Yeah,
that.
I think one of us should step into one of those circles with the others ready to deal with whatever might come through. I suspect once the circle is stood in, the door opens.
All right.
There you go.
It is a small room.
Maybe we go to the other end of the room.
Wait, this is where we came from, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we go to the other end of the room and we fight them there where there's more space.
Why is this open space here? And I will step out into it carefully and watching for anything that I might set off by doing so.
Make an investigation check as you step forward, then.
19.
Nice. 19.
Doesn't seem to be anything there. Seems to be dead space.
Yeah, perhaps just space for us to operate in. Trying to think about how the logic of these things usually works.
Yeah.
That there's no door at all means that either it's behind one of the 3 doors here, or something makes a door appear, perhaps each of the circles being stepped on at once.
That's what
But each of the circles may also open the respective door.
Yes.
All right, well, let's do one at a time and try it.
Well, if it is the case that while someone stands in the circle, the door stays open, you could step into the circle and open it, and then after we had gone through, Misty stepped through.
He can only do that once per day, I think. Unless you do a
I
spell.
do actually have it as
Use
a
a spell,
as a prepared spell as well, so I can. It would cost me a level 2 slot because I use my free one, but I could do it. It is an option.
I did not know that,
First
but I got
things
lucky.
First things first, I think I can step on this circle here and then face whatever comes through.
All right. Corvabot will stand with you.
Right, I'm going to approach the circle in this alcove. Is it presumably one spot in front of the door?
One spot in front of the door. You're 5 feet from it as you are. Yeah.
Arena's gonna have a gun ready.
Okay.
My first time using
and
my gun.
Corvidbot can't quite go with him because he takes up an entire space. Corvidbot could go with Arena because Arena could stand on top of Corvidbot, effectively riding and be in the same space. Unfortunately, like Corvidbot could be right behind.
No, just next to him, not.
Okay,
in
so
this,
right behind
not
him, sure,
into the
yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Okay.
One thing I'm thinking is we could arrange ourselves. Everyone else could arrange themselves outside the opening, and then I can run back after the door opens, and then we can all just wail on whatever comes up forwards.
Oh, like this?
So, like, I would step onto here, and then I would run back to here, or maybe
Oh, here.
like
And then that
where
way you
Arena
can run
is,
here.
and I could do that, and then all 4 of us can
Okay.
get it. Or would you want me there, and then you would fire past us, or does that block your view?
I can now fight at point blank. So.
Okay, so if I run back to here,
But I think even if I'm here, I can still shoot at that, right?
They'd be having a lot of cover from your friends. If you're right up next to them, then you'd be fine.
What about here?
They'd still have cover. If you're in melee combat range, then no. Yeah, that's fine.
Ugh, lame. Okay. But what if?
yeah, I think
What if, like that?
Move up one, and then there's no cover issue whatsoever.
Okay, perfect.
I meant like
Let's do
move
that.
to here,
Oh, okay.
because then you have like point
here?
blank, like straight into there. Yeah, there probably wouldn't be cover from one down, but this is just the perfect example of like it's straight line. There's nothing in the way. There would be no cover. There's not a chance of cover.
Okay.
But yes,
How about that, Bentham? Does that look good to you? Because then I
That's
can
good.
still fire at range, and I'm not in melee combat, and then you guys are still all 3 around whatever's here. If you can coerce it to get there.
I would also say for safety, Corvidbot should probably stand 1 to the left so that it doesn't get into melee range with just them. No, to the left. Because if otherwise, because if the creature, whatever comes through, if it stood here, could then attack Corvidbot and we wouldn't be in range. You'd have
I
to
would
move in,
rule
you
that
wouldn't
because
get
of the
shot.
hard corner, they would be able to, but they'd be at disadvantage just because it's a hard stone corner and fighting
Okay,
around
so they would
diagonal
have to
like
step
that feels a
forward
bit-
into this spot to be able to get properly into
Properly, yeah.
everybody. Okay, so they can stay where they were.
Well, if our
All
goal
right.
is to have them hit Grug first, then that works too. Because he has higher AC than Pinkobot has.
They probably go for me first, but that's okay.
That's true.
All right.
In a
As we plan out our
world-
strategy, Perrin's like, presumably something is going to come through here wanting to kill me. If not, this is going to be a bit awkward, but let's go for it.
All right.
Okay.
And I step into the circle and see if anything happens.
Okay. As you step forwards into the circle like glows slightly, and with a faint red light, 1/3 of it goes and becomes lit. The other 2/3 are not lit. However, behind you,
Oh no.
a stone like door, just like the one in front,
No.
locks down in place.
What does it sound?
Can I hear them from the other side?
Very faintly, but just about if you
But Grug
focus.
can
Maybe
see
with a
what's
couple
happening.
of repetitions.
And the
Yeah.
door in front of me isn't doing anything right now.
Mm-mm.
The door
There's a
behind.
pause, and then from the other side, from behind the door, you hear like, "I think we've worked it out, guys.
What did he say?
We all have to step on the circles and then it'll let us through."
I think he wants a sandwich of some kind.
It is not a time for sandwich eating. Although I would like a sandwich. My mom always made the best sandwiches.
Yeah, once he said it, I did too.
I think
See?
Corvid Butt wants a sandwich too.
I think so.
Eventually, I'm guessing we make out what he says. So he wants us to
He's
stand
like,
on each of these.
the circles.
Okay, Pengobot will stand on this one. Like that?
No,
Correct?
the circles are here,
Here?
and where Perrin is. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are we leaving Grug behind? Okay.
Okay, so who steps in first, and are you on top of Pangobot, Maggie?
Oh.
Oh.
I don't have a saddle on Pengobot, so I'm scared.
You do not.
Do I have to be on Pengobot to be in that spot?
Nope. Nope.
Can Pengobot come in with me?
Nope.
Well, he might get
Not
chopped
fit.
up or something.
5x5.
All right.
It-
I
you
will
get hit by
ride
the door.
Pengobot in. Or
Okay.
not Pengobot, but.
As soon as
Corvid
you enter on top of
Bot. I think
Pangobot.
Grug goes first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, as soon as Grug walks in, the circle goes up to 2/3, and
I definitely don't
door
want to be
locks in
stuck
behind
in
you.
there without Corvid Bot. That's my thought
Yeah.
process.
okay. And then you step in on top of Corvidbot.
Yeah.
What? Ding, 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 ding. The circles disappear. The door behind you closes. You're all trapped in darkness, which I think everyone has dark vision. Do half orcs have dark vision?
Hmm.
Yeah, so you can all see. It's very monochromatic for you. And then in front of you. And that's where we're going to end it for today.
I knew it.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not sorry.
You planned it.
Damn it.
We'll be
Oh,
back
then.
next week with the continuation of your run in the Rune Pillar. It went.
It went.
Yeah, it went. Yeah, it went. That's all I can say, really.
We'll talk about it in the
mm,
after show, I'm sure.
So much
Yeah.
damage. So much blood loss.
Yeah, you rolled so many 2s on acrobatics rolls.
I'm thrown off so many tables, run through so many wires.
His sword performance was enough. We could let him live. Fine,
Oh,
but he's
man.
banished from the table. Bang!
Yeah.
Betham, your face did so many different emotions. It was like, oh no, oh phew, yay, oh no.
That's a lot of ones.
We only made it through 2 rooms, and we're in the
You
third
made it
room
through 2
now.
rooms.
Yeah, there
Which
could be
means-
like
There could be another room,
It could be up to 2 more.
2 more rooms, yeah.
Up
And
to.
I already
Uh.
don't have my level 2 spells, so I only have my level 4 spells.
Yeah.
Other than the 2 extra that I get for being.
I'm completely out of spells.
Oh, okay. You don't
Yeah,
have any
it's
spells.
terrible. Exactly.
Oh,
And
Valid.
we already used our health potions. Oof. Well, I
Yeah.
still have 1 health potion, and I think Beth,
have-
you have a greater potion.
I do have a
Grug is
greater
one,
healing potion,
yeah.
yeah.
I have second wind.
No, I
Oh,
think,
you second wind, right?
I think Grug used his, didn't you?
Yeah, Grug
your
used.
potion?
Yeah,
It's my potion, but I have my second wind ability.
yeah.
Okay.
So
The second
you've
wind
got
once per short rest or long rest?
short. Fighters are short everything.
All right, use it this fight then.
All right.
Right. In which case, our reminder for our announcements. Today's supporter is Mia Zilla. Thank you very much for supporting today's episode. Supported today by blood loss. That's the
Lots
thing.
of blood loss.
Today's
you,
episode was
Mizella.
brought to you by the letter E.
And the letter E, which Perrin is still carrying. I guess it's metallic, so you just like, bonk.
Yes, I am.
It's like
There's a fridge magnet and I
Oh
am a
yeah,
fridge.
you just magnet it on you. That'd be great.
Yeah.
on my breastplate.
In addition, Mass Effect Mercs Chapter 2 is coming back this Saturday. A normal time, Saturday for 4 episodes. Obviously every Saturday, not just back to back. So look out for that. Right, that's it for today's announcements. Let's get where you can catch people until next week. Let's start with Temple. Temple, who are you?
I am Blind Temple, at Blind Temple on Twitter. I help with blind accessibility needs and all sorts of cool stuff like that. You can find me on RJ Questweld's Grimwald Saga every other Thursday night. It'll be next Thursday. And I'm having a great time with these wonderful people.
Okay, and what about Maggie?
Hey everybody, I'm Margaret Crone. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places because that's my name. And I do lots of things on the internet. So if you like tabletop RPG stuff, I am doing a ton of that. On Tuesdays I play on the Bubbernauts channel. On Wednesdays I will be playing on Satine Phoenix's channel, which just got announced. So if you want to check out a fun bard-oriented game, definitely come check it out. And I'm here every Thursday. I'm not actually on during the weekend. It's a weird time, but I will be at some point back on The Last Ditch, which I'm excited to see how our reports get back to us on what they've been doing, which I've been watching has been pretty chaotic. And there's a plane going over my house, so I'll wrap it up. If you want to check out anything else I do, my day job is making video games. I'm currently working on a game called Ashes of Creation, and you can check it out at Ashes of Creation in all of the places. And Perrin, played by Bentham Plays, where can people find you at?
You can find me in various places that are very badly named. I've got a YouTube channel called Mangled Pork Gaming and a Twitch channel called Mangled Pork. And I don't even like pork that much, I'll be honest. It was a terrible idea. But there I play games, do streams and videos and that kind of thing. Most recently, been doing some multiplayer Barotrauma with the usual gang that does multiplayer things. We're on Fridays these days, but we then carried on streaming on Saturdays anyway because we really wanted to. And I've been designing submarines, so I'm bringing weird, wacky creations to get sunk and dying. That's what I'm up to. Hey, what are you up to?
Crushing the souls of the living. Also on Enter Elysium, you find me youtube.com/Enter Elysium and twitch.tv/Enter Elysium. There you go. Okay, we also had a $1 tip from Foe5100. Petition for all future loot in the towers to be more greatswords for Perrin's collection until Perrin obtains a greatsword for every damage type. Bonus points if the swords have the souls of random warriors in them. I do not approve this. I have a monopoly on being the sole greatsword. I feel that would be infringing.
I need a second greatsword with a different warrior in it that can argue with the Sword of Kiv.
There you go, yeah.
You have 3 greatswords, all of which require attunement. You have 3 attunement slots. You cannot have any more.
There's room
Inside
for
you are
more
2 greatswords.
always.
Go away. You're not a greatsword. You're a bad
And a
sword.
great axe, even better.
You're a great ass. There we go. Anyway, on that bombshell, thank you for watching. We'll be back next week with a continuation of the Ruined Pillar Tower Run, Level 5. The Return. Perrin walks into a bunch of wires and gets knocked off a table repeatedly.
Oh, now I want to play in a campaign where one person plays the player, another person plays their weapon, and you just have like 2 players and 2 weapons, and that's like the RP.
And then you use the what's it called? Steven Universe being in sync mechanic to be like how good your sword is.
Fusion? Yeah.
Yeah.
One shot idea, definitely something cool. We'll have to plan that a little bit more, but I love it.
There you go.
All right. Well, we'll see you all next week for some more action. Of course, we still have more shows coming this week, as EE said. So please tune in on Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. UK time, and we'll see you around.
All right, give me a sec. I'm gonna switch to the. Here we go.
What? Huh?
What's happening?
What's happening? I
It
don't know. He
takes a
told me to
second. Let it kick in.
wait.
Give it a sec. There we go.
I'm
Okay,
waiting.
right, here we go.
I'm holding on.
What's happening?
I don't know.
This one thinks you should check out Mass Effect Mercenaries on Saturdays. This one would like to enkindle that. This one is going to put a solid projectile round through your cranial cavity.
All right.
Oh dear.
Was that it?
Okay, goodbye. Thank you for coming today, and we will catch you next week when we'll be the very model of Siren Scientist.